Alright, hello. How's everybody doing here? So, back to Career Build Series Live. So, we've got the fishing major updates in, so kind of put that on hold a little bit till that was in. That's in now. So, can actually start to get going on some of this stuff. Kind of nice little break there. Get back interested. I haven't really known what I wanted to work on here, so kind of get back in here. I want to get back to Tethy's, want to do some missions, kind of feeling in a, some sort of helicopter or airplane mood as well. Haven't done much of that. So let's go ahead and currently we have nay fuel. Yeah, we got 417 liters of diesel. I already checked the refining area here. Refining building is full, so we'll go strip some diesel out of that and stick it in the base. We might expand that reasonably soon. I meant to do it last time to make the storage tanks a little bit bigger, but we could just go for more often. I did go out off screen. I did a run out over here, I believe over here, to do fish. I caught about 500 fish. They were worth big money because it was Labrys. Labrys is worth good money. So we got a lot of cool missions going on here. We'll do some of those. We're not doing this big old transport mission. That one's a long journey there. What's this one here? This one's interesting. Picnic boat service. That one's probably a service. Looks like the day of service is here. What is this? That's space station. We're not going to hit that right now. All right, good. So let's go ahead. We'll head out of FJ, and we'll go over and we'll start at least hooking up the diesel tanker. Let's grab that. We need to go grab some of this fuel. And we can leave this here, and then we can leave this over there and let it fill over time. But we are low on diesel, so. Let's actually look at this real quick. Make sure that the spawner's not going. I don't think I have a spawner in the rear here. I do right here. Okay, what's that? Okay, good. I just want to make sure it's spawning the tanks and not the big tank in the back. Without fuel, we can't do much. So, let's see what the sounds are down. How's it going there, Citrus? Good to see you. Probably make a pup trailer for this at some point. Just be essentially the same tank, but this can tow it. That way we can fill up two at once. I'll make that one a passive fill empty. It won't have a pump. It will just use the pump at the facility. Good to get back in a career game here. Kind of been feeling Tethy's and some helicopter stuff or VTOLs. Some other thoughts, or we can kind of have them, which would be kind of neat, is, I have Night Owl, which has all the microcontrollers required for a kind of that style of VTOL that has lifting fans in the wings, and I was thinking of making a big one that could carry a container for deliveries, but a bunch of stuff. How's it going there, Sergeant? Good to see you, Sergeant. Good to take a little break every once in a while. Kind of didn't know what I wanted to build, and a lot of builds are in their finishing stage, which sometimes is not the most exciting thing to just work panels. Now, this is going to be an issue. All right, so right here, see this truck is not going to want to despawn, and that truck's not going to want to despawn because the oil drilling platform has a keep active block, so it might. But I've had that problem before, so if you get that issue where a mission doesn't want to despawn, it's because, if you have that keep active block there, it does not want to despawn the stuff in the air. Those are the two dead bodies there from Alistair's car. So, you might have to despawn your static building here. This is a static vehicle, so treats it as a vehicle. Let's go ahead. Let's rev up a little bit. We'll just let the pump from the facility do it, and that way I can shut down. I forget which direction, but once we plug it in and the pump's going, I can just open the valves, and when it starts filling, it's filling. So we need a diesel. We've got jet as well, but we need the diesel, so... I believe it's this side is fill. I have to label them. Yeah, that'll do it. All right. Actually, with the impeller, it probably actually doesn't really matter because the impellers leak. So you can force it through in that direction. So, all right, that's filling pretty quickly. So, there's only 10,000 liters in here. Let's see what we got here. Mostly have transport missions. We do have this moon mission. We're not doing that. These are pretty cool. Eventually, like I said, I'd like to... Rasmus has offered probably at some point work with Rasmus to go ahead and make kind of the nav ball. I might use the nav balls on the workshop in the meantime, but not in a huge space mood at the moment. I was actually going to start playing, do a little Kerbal, but it takes forever to set up the mods, and then... You know, 545 did a 454 did a video talking about how Kerbal or how stormworks has ruined games for him, and I kind of agree in a lot of ways. Is it's like I wanted to go back and do some stuff in Kerbal, but you know, the ability not to change, for example, where it gauges in the cockpit, the inability to refine my craft as much as I would like. And so it's like, you know, I like to do this, but I can't make it auto land, or I can't make it, I can't see, you know, my trajectory or stuff like this. All stuff that I could do in stormworks that I can't do in Kerbal. So eventually I'd like to get into some of the space stuff, but that's kind of cool. You know, space station requires servicing. It's 40,000. You know, so it's a good price on it, and you need to repair space stations. That's pretty neat to fly up, dock with space station, repair it, and come back down. So that'll be a cool mission eventually, but need to be feeling that to do all the steps that I need to kind of do to get there. Check some chat, huh? How's it going there, Rasmus? Good to see you. How's it going there, CG? How's it going, Silver the Pan Fury? How are you? Thank you, thank you. What? What are you talking about? I assume that's a joke, Rasmus. Yeah, going through mods, like, I like some modded games, but oh my god, is it a pain in the ass to get them all set up. Like, going through Kerbal is a pain in the ass, and then anytime you get in a situation where, you know, the mods are out of order, or out of, they're not updated to the current version, they can cause problems, and then, you know, you don't know where the problem is, and so it you know, mods are great sometimes, but they're also a huge pain in the ass sometimes, so it's kind of a be careful of what you wish for type of situation. Let's check. We got override weather. Let's shut that is off. Okay, that's off. All right, I want to make sure both of those are off. All right, good. Infinite fuel can go off. I had that on when I was running my fishing boat because I did not build a fuel tank big enough. So I have corrected that already. I put in another like 6,000 liters into there. Our main fishing grounds are probably going to be out here. There's Labras. It's right in this island chain right here. It's right about there. Labras is worth $250 a pop. I caught 300 Labras. I had 500 something total in the boat. I like the new nets, so the old nets, there's nothing wrong with them. The old nets are good for multiple depths because the fins actually maintain their depth. The weighted ones that I'm using currently, they go right to the bottom. They go as low as they possibly can, so you can't vary them by the speed you're going and how much line you let out. So like from the tutorial, the fin ones give me the ability to change depth a little bit better. Eventually I want to try some nets too, where I use pulleys, huge winches, and I'll do radio-controlled nets. Probably just weight them, and then do the depth with the winches. Be kind of a cool test. All right, let's see where we're at on that. That's down 8. All right, we're going to probably go do something else while this is going. All right, nice. So that's about 2,000 liters. We don't have that much left in the facility. Just gonna fly over here. All right. So I'd like to. There's a helicopter that I've been working on for Tethys that I'd like to eventually get back into. The orange one I'll eventually get to, but I'm at the stage where that one's, I gotta do a ton of work on that one to get the autopilot working the way I want. It's like, it's like the last 1% of getting that autopilot tuned so that it flies the way I want. So that's kind of a pain in the ass. I gotta work on that. Let me see if I can find the helicopter that I was... I have this tandem helo here, this one. And this one fits on Tethys, and it will fit a little car in there so that, you know, you could fly somewhere, drop the car, go do some stuff. It also holds pallets, so we can have many different types of palletized cargo. Fits on Tethys. So I like to get back into Tethys. We have the money, made a lot of money fishing, so that's pretty good there. Hello there, dog. So we need to get a little bit of fuel before we can really go do much. Let's go ahead, see if we can get a quick mission. Probably completely out of diesel at the moment. Let's see if we can get a quick mission here that's close. Let's check, make sure no clip is off so we can get some close missions here. Yes, I saw your moped was up, so you got another version coming. Extinguish all fires and casualties at the hospital. All right, let's see what this one looks like. All right, that one's nice and close. Tugboat 17 thou, 7 casualties to the hospital. We're out of diesel 100% though, so I don't know what I have that I can go over there. We could probably, do I have a heliocopter? We can use Night Owl. Let's use Night Owl. I have not used Night Owl in a while, so, and like I was saying earlier, I might actually make a larger version of Night Owl that can do some container work. Let's grab Night Owl. Night Owl is jet-based, so eventually whatever this allergy or whatever will go away. All right, so this is probably all set to go. Let's spawn that. Diesel is for an APU, I believe, so I don't think we have to worry about that. Let's get up in there. Get up in there. All right, let's see if I remember everything of how to control this beef. Yeah, remember how to control the game. My God. Bat 1, Bat 2, Power Connect. GPU is what we needed diesel for. So, or not GPU, APU. So you guys can see. So we should be able to get, I think, a electric start, unless I have this set up for just bleeds. Let's go ahead. I'm just going to do infinite fuel real quick just to get the APU going, because I do need APU bleed to be able to start the engines. That would be kind of cool to do too, is you use pneumatics to start the engines in a turbine. I might actually simulate that with the pressurization update, instead of saying herder, everything broken. Actually enjoy the content that was given to us for free. Let's see, bleed 1. I don't know if we're started. I can't remember. I haven't used this jet in a while. Alright, there we go. Gen 1 and 2. I think the engines didn't blow out, so let's see what's up. So I do need bleed, air bleed. Should need bleed 1 on, but let's try. What's that, park brake or... Can't hear with the headset on. Let's see, did I make my system complicated? I can't remember what the hell I'm doing here. Probably. We have no fuel in 2, so let me cross-feed. That could be what's going on there as I try to start it, is that it has no fuel on that side. So the way I set this up is it's supposed to use, the way your APU works IRL is it's a little turbine generally in the tail, but it could be anywhere. And you take bleed air off of it, and that bleed air is actually what blows into the engine to start it up, so. I'm trying to watch the N1 here and get it up. Should be high enough that it lights off, but I don't know why it's not, so. Let's see what the hell's going on here. Thought I ran night owl pretty recently too, so I gotta look at the system, see why this isn't starting. Actually, this one's up now. Okay, that one's running. Okay, we're up and running now. I think we're good to go here. Hopefully. Nope, fucking N2's running down. Let's see what the hell is wrong with this. Annoying. Let's see. Stand by, guys. I'm going to take a quick coffee break. I'm getting a call I have to take. Alright, I'm back. I had an important phone call. Let me catch up with this here chat. Working on trains for Sergeant. Yeah, I think that'd be cool to actually do the pneumatics of some airplanes. Yeah, that would be neat, Tripper, to be able to use compressed air, because again, you know, you just putting steam in there is just essentially an expansive, you know, vapor. Let's call it that. So let's see. All right, so the way it works IRL is you're gonna come in, you're gonna turn on your one or both your batteries. You're gonna connect the power to the actual systems. You're gonna come over here and you wanna start your APU. Your APU is gonna come up. Now I noticed there's no APU bleed air there. All right, then you wanna activate the bleed that opens it up. All right. Fuel valve, try to start. I forget what N1 this is gonna kick off at. It's pretty low, I can't remember though, that's part of the problem. There we go. Alright, that kicked right off this time, so I don't know why it was causing problems. Now, you don't have to use, generally you would start the second engine on the bleed air from the, maybe I didn't turn the fuel valve on, that could have been it. Generally you'd use the APU bleed to start engine 2, but what you can do is you can use the engine's air to start 2. And there we go. I just blew 2 right on. There we go. Didn't even need the starter. All right, let's go. All right, they're both up and running. Now, we don't actually need 2 engines in this. Now we can shut the APU off. We can connect the other battery, and we can turn on the generators. All right, good. Let us see what else. We want beacon on. That should have been on anyway, but that's fine. Crossfeed is for fuel, so we're going to even out our fuel. Hydraulics is coming on. Hydraulics 2 is coming on. Go ahead and we'll turn our strobes on. Parking brakes coming off. let's see what I need for, check the H menu here real quick. So, thrust is 1 and 2. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and taxi out. I think we do not have the fans. There we go. All right, we'll go ahead and if I put on AP, that turns on my gyro. All right, we're up and running here. All right, just trying to get used to this again. Gears coming up. It is windy too. So, trying to remember how this craft works here. Shut off AP, that's just that auto hover on the gyro. I can fly more unrestricted without it. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and we'll put in the locazione for this. All right, and then bearing, we should be able to do GPS on bearing, and we have a 340 heading. So a little bit to the left side here. It's pretty windy. And we should be able to see this pretty quickly. So about a 340 here. It should come up somewhere there. Start to decrease the fan. That's just the forward fan there, so that controls our forward speed. Let's see what we have. Fan is 3 and 4. Got a lot of wind here, so. Alright, so I'm trying not to cheat here. Let's take off that. Make sure I can't see him anymore. Okay, good. There he is right there. Alright. It's amazing how you build something and then you don't use it for a while and completely forget how to use it. This one's got to be a little bit different control scheme than some of the other ones because I need collective in here too, so. This will actually operate on one engine fine. Up, what's going on? What's going on? 3, 3, 3, 3. Come on, come on, come on, come on, you fucker. Oh, you cocksucker. Ugh! I know why that happened, but it's annoying. Get out of it here so I don't die. Yeah, whatever. Pain in the ass this is. I forget why that happened, so I gotta look at this. Let's play with this craft a little bit here. I want to be able to actually not screw this up. I haven't played with this vehicle in so long. I want to actually friggin' fly this and not have problems. So let's see. One, the wind is super. Wind's not that bad. Okay, wind's all right. So the way this one works is it has fans in the wings there that will do our vertical component, and then we have turbines that will push as well. So I gotta go through this again real quick. I want to get back to knowing how to work some of these friggin' builds that I haven't used in forever. So if I don't have the engine turned up enough, why would you just stop again? Oh my god, this is annoying now that this doesn't want to run again. What the fuck? Am I out of fuel? I am. I'm completely out of jet fuel. I just fucked myself out of all my jet fuel. Alright, let's screw that mission off. Let's go grab the fuel over here. This is turned into a clusterfuck already, so let's go over here. I haven't played with that in too long. I forget all the quirks. I probably didn't spin up the engines enough, and then the collective was not powerful enough. We're actually almost full, so that's good. Yeah, it would be cool to be able to move pistons with compressed air. Thank you there, SV Jackal. Okay, we're going to ban this dude. See you later, dude. For your bullshit. Selling me shit. I'm not interested. Thanks, guy. You're banned everywhere now. Bye. Alright, so we'll go with what we have here for diesel. We'll go do something else. Night Owl works fine if I can remember how to use it. It's been so long since I've used it, I have no clue what I'm doing. So, that is never helpful. Alright, let's get you back, and we will go do something with diesel. Alright, good. Let's head back there. I'm trying to decide. We could go run out there real fast and try to do it. I think probably do have the diesel to do the rescue with Tethys. Kind of trying to see what builds need and write them down. I'm just going to go over Night Owl and see what it needs. But Night Owl is going to probably need a bunch of stuff. Night Owl should be fine. It's just I need to remember how to run it. It's so the way it works, it has two engines. You actually don't need both engines on. It's mostly if you want a lot of extra speed. So the benefit with Night Owl is you can use one engine because it effectively, they're interlinked. And it also interlinks to the lift fans. And so you can run on one engine. There's a bunch of things that could have caused it. One, if I didn't spool the engines up enough, I don't have enough rotation speed on the lifting fans. And then we end up not being able to hover. And that seems like what happened. I lost a ton of lift once I slowed down. So likely the lifting fans were not spinning fast enough. Should really make like an operational manual for each build so I know like what to do when I go back to it. I used up all my jet fuel. Just dumped it out there, so... We lost a bunch of jet fuel, but I've got 10,000 sitting back there and at the refinery. I'm gonna try to despawn this. We'll save it first, and then we'll try to despawn it into the bench. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So let's quickly make a save. All right, and that should have pretty much nil. Now let's see if it went in the base or if it's going to be a pain in the ass and I have to pump it out. It's in. Okay, good. So that's in. Nice. All right, let's see what we want to do next. All right, so we'll go out there. It's not a ton of fuel for Tethys, but it should be enough. Let's grab... Grab the pathway. We'll use this to get over there so we're not just no clipping all day long. Make sure no clip is off for mission's sake. All right. There's that dog. The dog's escaping there. Adios, sir. Adios, muchachos. All right. Alright, so it'll be good to get back on a Tethys. See what it needs. Hiya! Where'd it go? There it is. Okay, where the hell did it go? Alright, there we go. Let's push this over. I need to recharge it. Get out of there. Come on. Straighten up, fly right, you dickhead. I've got the brake on, that's why it won't straighten up as the brake's on. Take the brake off. Should straighten up once I knock it. There we go. Get you over here. I need to charge this up. There we go. All right. This is on the workshop for anyone who needs to use it. Don't put in the comments, make it go faster. You don't understand how anything works if you say make it go faster. Again. Circumference of wheel, max RPS on motor. Cannot make it go faster unless you make the wheels bigger. All right, let's grab Tethys. Hopefully, It's gonna be obnoxious if things are. If I can't spell too, that's gonna be obnoxious. It's gonna be obnoxious if a bunch of these builds just aren't gonna work because I don't remember what state they're in. Why do I have this bed in my hand? So we need the little. We don't need the little rescue boat, but I think we're gonna take it with us. So let's see. That's Tethy's lifeboat right there. I don't know. Can I spawn this in? I can't remember. You know, that's the tough thing when you take a break from a build and then try to go back and you don't remember where the hell you were, and it's like there's 9 million. No, I can't spawn this in there. There's like 9 million things that needed to be done, and you're like, nah, I didn't do any of those things. You know, so that can be obnoxious at times. So likely the little boat is not going to have any diesel because it will prioritize into one tank. So what I do have, I've broken my ankle so many times getting on and off stuff lately. Let's get Tethy's fired up. That takes a little while because it's steam. So want to get back to Tethy's and get all of Tethy's related crap going. We'll get this fired up. Alright, diesel furnace is starting to crank. We're powered up. Let's go back down. We need to load that boat on, and I need to refuel it. I'll just lay in here for a tick and get some health on me. I'm going to go hit the head real fast. I'll be right back. Alright, good. So let's get out of this here bed. Alright, so there's the med room. Let's go ahead and we'll head down. Let's load that on. We'll go probably rescue. I'm not trying to go in the bedroom here. We'll go rescue some of those carcasses probably at this point. Seeing that mission's been up for a little bit, but we'll see. I don't know why I went down here, but I did. Go back up. Again, I haven't... That's the problem going back to some of these old builds is like they're complicated. And they, you don't remember exactly how to run it. I can hear the furnaces going, so that's good. All right, here's the control stations. Let's see, H menu. Did I fill you out? I did because I was thinking. All right, let's open that up. Let's raise the elevator. The camera needs to be connected. I need to put the to-do list up for this. Alright, which is winch down? Winch down's 2. Okay. Go. There we go. Let's go that way. And I can refuel this from inside. So the fuel goes from the tanks on Tethys, and I can pump into the parasite craft. So one of the benefits of running diesel everywhere is it just makes it easy to fill everything up. A little bit more. But I probably should have done is got Tethys going. Eventually, I do want to work on the XML nav panel for this at some point. And I gotta fix that camera. There's a camera right here that will help me align the connection on this. So, it's a helpful little tool. It's not necessary, but it is helpful. So. Right. Hitting the bow there a little bit, so I need to go, what, up, 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 up. There we go. Try to get this, by the time I get this put away, I'm going to want to take it back out, but I do need to fuel it, so. Does need to be fueled, and it's easier to fuel it from down below. Alright, let's see if I can get it to grab real quick here. See how far off are we? I can never tell how far off this is. We need to go towards the port side. So up will work to drag it port. It should be pretty damn close right here. There we go. All right, so close it's attached. All right, good. Let's go ahead, and I'm just going to grab this rope off there. And I'll put the elevator down. 4. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and fuel. So I'll drop this rope. And then need to fuel this up. Let's go toggle the fuel, and then I need to find where it is. It's right there in the front. Let's see if I can hit it. I just had it to. Let's jump up on it, and then we can start from the top and then go down. No clip off. Give me no clip, por favor. There we go. Let's hook this hose. I don't have to worry about the door being open because ships don't sink. So, you see if this is actually filling. I hope I hook this up. I really friggin' do. That's lights. Okay, that is toggle button. That is fuel pump. True. Okay. Maybe this might have filled up first, so they actually might be full. I didn't even check it. I didn't even check to see if this has diesel. It could be full. Let's go in here and check, see if this says diesel. Alrighty, let's see. Bat, RPS, volts. What's that doing? That's weird. Oh, it's plugged in the main electrical system. Let's see, I can't tell what this says for fuel on it at the moment. Let's see, did I not plug in any sort of fuel gauge? I don't think I did. Not necessarily helpful. Where the hell's the fuel in this? Cannot remember. That's the problem with some of these builds you haven't touched in a while. There's no clue where anything is. Alright, so let's go ahead and we'll jump out. Again, I gotta make a long laundry list of all the shit I gotta work on for these builds. Alright, so let's go grab the ropey. Alright, let's get out of here. Leave the hatch open. Ships don't sink, so we don't have to worry about the hatch being open. Shade. Let's get up there. Let's get out there and start working on this. Excuse me. Pardon me. All right, let's go. This has the variable pitch propellers, which I think was an awesome minor update. This boat's pretty fast too, so. All right, let's see. We want to head out there. We already have it marked. Let's go ahead and enter it into the GPS. And we're on our way there. Let's go ahead and put on reg nav lights. There we go. Don't need any other lights right now. Water line and ballast water is fine. Anchors are up and locked. That's good. All right, good. All right, so we're on our way there. A little bit of coffee here. In the kitchenette. I do like the design of the ship. It came out nicely. The space. We'll do a little tour for those who may not have seen it. It's not done. Nothing done ever. Bunch of different, these are living quarters here. So these are all staterooms. One behind the staircase. This would likely be the chief engineer's cabin in here. Have the captain's quarters in there. Right at the base of the staircase going up to the bridge. We have the kitchen here. Galley. Right to there. Lighting throughout. We can control the lights. Winch room here. So this is for winching. We have the main crane there. We have the garage. Let's see. I forgot that detaches me. So I'm just going to go with it for now. I'm going to put this in its port location. When I get on there, it automatically unlocks the crane. So let's go ahead. I'm just going to lock it in its rear position. All right, that's fine. And then we have, these are the containers. So we can put containers on there. We have the winch door, which opens up. I don't know why that opened up so fast. For winching purposes, you can hook it to this pulley and then winch. You can also open that little door to just let the cable out. Then we have the garage there. The garage is where we can store vehicles. So we can use the crane, put on a bunch of vehicles. We have engineering here with the pistons are going. Steam doesn't work, of course. More shade. And so here's the garage. Again, I need to check why I wasn't able to refuel the boat. It could be refueled. I just don't have a gauge on there. So there's the front room, and then we have, this is probably, I might do a moon pool just for diving and with a little sub. This is the drone control station. We can bring Mushroom on board. Mushroom is my remote controlled observation drone for search and rescue, generally. Go search out your target before you get there. Kitchenette, medroom. So this has all the stuff for medical. Have a lavatory for peas and poops. Have the helipad here. Walk around. Helipad on this deck here. Why did I just close myself out? Bridge level here. A little bit of seating up on the bridge, and then just an overlook there. But this boat moves pretty fast for a boat. Moves like stink. Again, people would be like, oh, it's slow. It's pretty fast for a boat this size to be doing 22 to 25 knots. So, yeah, be good to bring Shroom back. How's it going there, Alistair? How's your computer situation going there? Hopefully you get that resolved. Yeah, I think there have been a lot of good updates. You know, okay, Citrus said the update's out, right? I'll go ahead and check it. Yes, the man with the poor temporary setup has arrived, yes. Some ghetto ass shit he's got going on there. All right, let's go ahead and we're on our way here. We got a little bit of time. Let's look at, Jesus Christ, if I could press the right keys, I'd be so thrilled. We got 5 minutes, so perfect. Let's look for the update. What do we got here? What's this mention? I've been mentioned. Yeah. There's game update. All right, good. Let's give it a look here. Reworks and fixes update. That's an interesting title. I'm gonna go ahead and I'll kill the music, and I will kill the game audio, and I will record this for the weekly update video here. So let's get that up. Let's get that up. I just opened it. Where did it go? How you try me? All right. I'll blame that on the game too, that I pressed the wrong button to move my display capture. All right. Let me see. How's the zoom looking here? Let's zoom out. I can zoom back in when I edit the video. I'm gonna record this. Welcome back to the weekly update video. This is for May 22nd, 2024, the reworks and fixes update, and the first screenshot is by. Again, I know most people know where the hell to find the vehicles featured. It says it in the it's the vehicle showcases where they all are. Let's see. That's color line. Looks like it's probably Ghost. I see they have another of it. Nope, it's this one here. They were responding to that. Odin AA Stein. Odin AA Stein. If you have a complicated name, I'm gonna say it the way I'm gonna say it. Dear Stormworks, this is minor update week. This update includes various fixes, improvements, and reworks, as well as a minor location change adding a frequently requested build area to the military base island. Please see the patch notes below for full details on this update. And the next screenshot is by. So we have a truck. Let us look for this truck. It's a green truck, green truck. Let's look for green truck. That's not it. That's not it. Every time I see some green, I'm going to slow down and stop. Again, it really is not hard to find these screenshots. People make a huge boo and cry and big deal out of it. Literally just scroll. Ooh, look at that fine vehicle there. It really is not challenging. It's just like you just scroll. All right, so let's see exactly which picture this was. Wow, it's opened up in Chrome. It's not opened up in the actual workshop. So it is Fireside, it looks like. So if you go from Fireside, and then it will inevitably change what you just did. Right there, Fireside. And then it's this one right here. So that's all it takes to find these. Let's verify that that's the right one. It is. It's this one right here. All right. So it really doesn't take that long. People make a huge deal out of having to do 2 seconds of searching. Fireside. So that's literally all it takes. And then this one, and then a lot of times they're not released. They're works in progress. Again, it's a showcase to show you what they're working on. So doesn't mean it's released. Please join us next week for the developer Q&A live stream. Much love, Stormworks developers. Here are the patch notes for version 1.11.1. Feature added workbench to military base. That's been a long requested feature. I assume it is at the ocean pier. That was a terrible sentence. Feature feature added workbench to the military base. I assume that is the highly requested boat spawn at the military base. Fix the spawn area for the existing military base workbench. Resolved invalid link creation issue with logic node. Link undo redo. Balance greatly increased catalytic converter rate. A lot of people have been asking for that, myself included. Even though you put a bunch of cats on there, you're still getting smoke, so hopefully that fixes that. Balance updated cargo rewards. Rework. Unloaded cargo item now despawn when under half the remaining delivery time to reduce undeliverable packages. Fix first-person items always rendering orange. Fix defibrillator not recharging. Fix starter boat instrument radio values not clamped. Fix various add-on documentation. Fix return values for several add-on Lua functions. Fix crash when loading a vehicle during a merge tool operation. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week. All right, good. So let me stop that recording. We're good. All right, so some good fixes there. A bunch of good stuff here. Let's see. I like that they added. Now I don't know yet. I'll probably have to. Hopefully, I don't have to I probably do have to update my save. The way that a lot of the workbenches work, and the in-game items is they're actually vehicles. They're classed as vehicles. So it's like when you load in something with an add-on, you're loading in a vehicle, even though it's a static vehicle. There will be static vehicle workbenches. For example, like people will make big, huge monstrosities of boats in a static vehicle workbench, like the oil rig. That's not its point. The point is to build a static object, like a oil drilling platform. And so like all those little static things like fuel pumps, those are static vehicles. And so, what the hell was my train of thought? But anyway, so when you add something like a workbench to that, it's likely a static vehicle. And so sometimes you can get that to come in without doing a new save. Sometimes you do. So you might need a new save for that. I'm not sure. So I don't know what's up with the existing one, but I assume that's what it is because that was the one. Is there's a nice pier there. There is a place to sell jet fuel, but there's no way to bring a boat in and out there. I think that's a good addition to the military base. So that's a good addition. Let's see. I don't know what this is all about. Catalytic converter rate is another good balance. Again, these are all balancing things. Like some of these things that I would say are valid criticism is when you say that, you know, I put 10 catalytic converters on and I'm still getting smoke. As far as I'm concerned, one catalytic converter should get rid of all your smoke. Maybe two. That's not excessive. Like if you're making an absolute buttload of smoke or you have a huge 5x5, asking you to put a couple catalytic converters on there, I don't think is a huge deal. But the whole point of the catalytic converter is to get rid of smoke. And so we should be able to run smoke if we want, and we should be able to get rid of it if we want. So that's good to see. Balance on that. Updating cargo rewards, that's always good. You know, if you have to take something cargo-wise a very long distance, you're burning fuel, you're spending time, you should be rewarded commensurate with that. I'm not sure what that's all about. I never had this problem, so I don't know what the dealio is, but they fixed it. Defibrillator recharging is a good fix. Starter boat, instrument radio value is not clamped. I don't care about that because I don't use other people's builds unless I'm, you know, using them for the the build challenges, and I certainly don't use the starter boat, so it doesn't really matter to me. But it is good. There are people that sometimes their first introduction to the game is the tutorial, and so it's good that the devs fixed it, but it has little effect on me. Fixed various add-on documentation. Fixed return values. I don't do too much Lua, but it's always good when you get those things fixed. Crash when loading a vehicle during a merge tool operation. So I think I have had some crashes when I was doing merge tool. Very rarely, but it kind of makes sense because you're ordering your subgrids. So you're saying that subgrid 1, let's say you have 5 subgrids. Essentially what you're doing is you're taking 2 vehicles and you're making them 1. I would say from a game perspective, that could be quite resource intensive. So if there's something wrong with that, I'm glad they fixed that, but good. Let's see. So let's put a post again. If you do appreciate what they've done, make sure you tell it because the people who are always grouchy always show up. So if you do enjoy or are happy with an update, minor, major, whatever, a fix that's been bothering you, make sure you go in there and talk to them about it because, you know, you imagine if you only ever get negative feedback, it's pretty demoralizing because people often skip giving them the positive feedback. So let's actually do this. Let's duplicate that. I want to tell them exactly what I'm glad they worked on, you know, because this is how you want them to keep working on things that you want fixed. Give them some feedback on it that you appreciate it because when you say, oh, the people were really happy we did this, let's do more of that. When people just bitch all the time, they don't know what they want fixed. So military base is one of my favorite bases. you know, FJ is probably my favorite just for utility sake, but military is one of my favorite. I really like the crossed runways. I like having the multiple runways. Now I'm thinking it's gonna if it is a ocean based at the dock, which it looks like Tripper's saying it is. Yep. That's awesome because I like having the ability to have an airplane and having a you know, a sea base. All right, so again, we'll thank him for that. That's good. Give him some feedback on that. Thanks for the balance on cats. Again, that's a big one for me. Is like I do a lot of exhaust deletion. A lot of people have been doing exhaust deletion for quite a while because again, the tool to try to get rid of smoke was supposed to be the catalytic converter, and often like you'd put 5-6 catalytic converters and you're still blowing smoke, and so you know it wasn't a huge deal where you had to put you know a manifold on there, but it is again nice to have things working the way they're supposed to be working, and so it's good they went back and fixed that. I do appreciate the cargo rewards. Let's see. All right, thanks for the cargo reward rebalance. Let's see. Let's go. We shall do this. We shall put a colon there and a comma. Try to remember a little bit of our grammar. Balanced cats. Let's see. Defib recharge. And merge fix. All right. You know, a lot of people showed some positivity towards the last Q&A, and that's why we're getting another one. You know, again, you give them some feedback, they know what we're looking for. So that looks good. Glad that those looks like some good fixes there. Excellent. Let's see where we're at in the world, and I'll catch up with chat here. So we're stopped. I have... Holy shit, I hit it. What the fuck? I hit it. Whatever. I don't give a shit. It's fucking typical, isn't it? Oh, you suck. All right, let's go down and try to rescue ourselves here really quick. Son of a bitch. I've done that before, and I gave myself a rule that I did not follow. I don't give a shit if they all die. I gave myself a rule, and that rule was do not put the goddamn... I don't think we needed the goddamn, but I added in there. Do not put the waypoint right where the rescue is, because they are right where the friggin' rescue is. Now, if you notice, my bow is sinking down. I left the door open and crashed the bow. But I shut this door. Look at, oh my God, what is all this liquid that's going in and out of here? What a magic substance. You notice we are listing toward the bow, okay? So things, again, will friggin' sink in stormworks. We should have the bilge pumps maybe going. I can't remember how I set up my bilges in this, but I'm trying not to sink here. Let's see. Do we have auto bilges? I think I have auto bilges on here, if memory serves. Let's go do some repair work. I could theoretically jump in the water and save a couple of these momos who have cost me these here. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's just sink this sucker to the bottom. I don't give a shit anymore. Hi, how are you? Let's save you. Are you a deceased? You're a deceased. You're fish food. I don't care about you anymore. You do little for my my state of well-being here. Can I get up with this dickhead? Probably not. There we go. Come on, one more quick jump there, you Johnny, and you'll be right up there. All right, I'm gonna have to jump from the other ship. Well, that's the benefit of banging into the other ship, is I can actually I can actually get on my boat now. What a friggin' mess this is turned into. There we go. Ugh. So this is pretty funny. This is the emergent gameplay that I enjoy. Yes. That well-coveted sinking ship survival here. We shouldn't sink. I've got the front segmented, so again, I built my ship properly so they don't sink. Some people choose they want to sink their ships all the time, but again, my bow is full of water, and it is listing towards the bow, or not listing. It would be what is it, pitching? It must be pitching towards the bow, which is expected behavior, you know. So those people have paid for damaging my beautiful boat. I damaged my beautiful boat, but I should have turned the deck lights on. I can't see shit. But it's a nice little bit of emergent gameplay there, crashing into it. I've told myself many times, do not put the waypoint right there. Like, I'll do it with helicopters and stuff because I actually have station keep and I can sit right over it. But I've done it before with boats. I've just smashed right into them. You know, because it will stop, like, I don't know. I think I have it like 50 meters from the target. So if I've got a little bit of momentum, it will smash right into it. And if the boat is long, like this one's reasonably big, it will friggin' hit. So, all right, let's get some lights on. As you can see, we are pitching, clearly pitching toward the damaged area. So, this is why I have watertight doors everywhere. Let's go put on some deck lights here. I'm tired of squinting here. Where are they? Let's see. Deck lights. Port spots. We'll turn everything on. I'm having an electrical problem here too. Generators are now on. Let's see if I can't remember if I actually made generators work in here. Okay, yeah, generators up and running. So they're steam generators, I believe. No, I can't even remember what the hell I have on here. It's been so long since I've really like gone through Tethys, so. All right, Tethys should have an auto build system if memory serves. We will look and see if Tethys is pumping out. I'm trying to see how much more damage we have. Oh, you're alive too. Well, let's hit you with a blowtorch for a little bit and see what that does. All right, so I can repair some of that from inside. Let's save this other Jamoke here. I might just open the hatches, let this bitch over here to the left flood so that we get the money for the putting the fire out. I do have water cannons. I could just spray it, but let's get on the boat here and do this. But this was... Oh, don't go in the fire, you jackass. What are you thinking, sir? This turned into... it's always bad when you become the need for the rescue. Let's turn on game volume. There we go. Just the annoying noise of my propellers moving stationarily. All right, let's try to salvage this bullshit here a little bit. All right. You stand there. You're barely injured. One, you sit there. No, listen, sit on the seat. Thanks. And then you go in the med bed there, son. Let's go up and let's hit this. Let's hit this with the water cannons. Where are the water cannon controls? I cannot remember. These are them, so I think this is, yep, that's them. All right, so this one's already pointed there. Can't remember which button I made to turn them on or off. That's up, down. That's infrared. This has got to be on right here. There it is, right there. That's on. That's left. We're spraying with a water cannon here, as you can see. Try to put the rest of this fire out. Check the mission, see how many people we're supposed to have. There we go, we're starting. I'm hitting something up top now, too. All right, fire's about to go out. There we go. Fire's out. All right, there we go. Water cannon shutting off now. Let's go check their boat for any more quote-unquote survivors. Then I'm going to sink that sucker right to the bottom so that I can move on with my day. Get a little cash out of this cluster here. Open you up. What are you? Rope locker. So I'm not going to steal anything from you guys right now. We'll flood this sucker. Deceased? Good. Throw you in there. No need for deceased people. Alright, so let's open it up and let this sucker sink. And we'll see again that ships do sink. Well, it depends on your design. That's the thing, too, is, again, people keep saying, you know, I designed, essentially, you know, I'm not getting into it again with that person, but the, you know, people design things using glitches, and then they say, it's not sinking. Yeah, because the point of that is to segment rooms, and it was like, and it's used as a glitch to make things unsinkable. So you made something unsinkable and then complain that it's unsinkable. It's like, if your goal is to sink, build it so that it'll sink, and it's not hard. And I've done many tutorials now at this. Do we have more torches? We have the underwater one. That's what I'm looking for. All right, there we go. So, oh my God, what is it doing? As it looks like it might be sinking. All right. Ignore the gruesomeness of that. Oof, can't see shit. Cannot see shit. You know what would be kind of cool to add to the game? A head torch. Oh, what is this? What is this magical vehicle doing here? Is it taking on water and therefore becoming more dense than the surroundings? And therefore sinking? Alright, so I'm going to check, see if the auto builds. I'm making a long list of things. I'll probably do a workshop episode tomorrow, if not multiplayer, but probably workshop. We'll see. See what I'm feeling. I'm kind of, like I said, I'm kind of in a period where I don't know what I want to do. And, you know, if I get excited about a build, I can build that for weeks, as you notice with all the machines there for mining. When I kind of don't know what I want to do, I kind of hang. Again, so all the claims of, like, damage doesn't let water in. If you guys noticed, when I went to my bow, full of water. The reason why we didn't sink was I closed the doors. I left a lot of doors open right now, but I tend to be pretty responsible with closing my doors. That's the point of having watertight doors everywhere, is you're supposed to close them when you leave a room. And if you hit something because you're you're reading the weekly update, then you can your boat will only sink a little bit. As you can see, mine only sank a little bit. You notice it's clearly the bow is lower because it's full of water. All right, that's a lot of mass in there. Let's go ahead and let's go inside, see if I can repair what I can from the inside. I thought I hooked up the build system. If I didn't, that will go on the to-do list. So it's one of the good things with going and playing career is you kind of give yourself some things to do, and you start to see, oh, I haven't done X, Y, Z yet. X, Y, Z is now important to me because I actually needed it because we smashed into a rescue. Like, that door should have been closed, you know. Like, what is this? What is this blue liquid here? Water coming through the hull because we smashed the shit out of our hull. As you can see, damage all in the hull here. Fuck, I just put the torch away like a dickhead. I meant to be checking the bilge pumps. I don't know if they're running or not. They're supposed to be running, but I can't recall if they are. That's just lighting. Let's check this one. This one should read. Yes, okay, bilge pumps are running, as you can see. We got negative 98 liters per second. I just pissed water out of the bow into here. And so what that works simply on the liquid meter. As you can see, the liquid meter is showing that, and then it turns on the, maybe not this pump. This is the diesel pump. The other ones are underneath, so you won't be able to see them. I'll go ahead, get a torch. We'll keep repairing here. We might actually get underway and do some repairs underway. I don't have a ton of torches in here. I need to add more torches. I'm going to add another one of these cabinets down in the engineering section. So I'll start putting these things on the list when we get moving. But again, like, good practice is having lots of watertight doors and shutting them as you go through the different areas. Like, this area is closed, so the hangar will not flood. Only this room can flood. Now we go in and we shut the door. Now all that water that went in there, the bilge system is going to pump out. So it's flood prevention, which is kind of the whole point of the game, is not to become a rescue yourself. Again, I think it's valid, of course, people doing sinking ship survival if they want. But again, it's not the purpose of the game. So it's, you know, the purpose of the game is to not need to be rescued all day long. It's to go do rescues. Jump on this pillar for like 2 seconds, dude, and I can repair some shit. Thanks. You're not going to do it, are you? You're going to be a real rabid asshole, aren't you? Alright, whatever. I should have got the other torch. There we go. Alright. I should be able to jump enough. So until I repair all of this on the bow, we're going to run into problems with me being able to do the torch because we're so full of water in here, the pump's not going to be able to overcome it anyway, so... Let's go get the other frickin' torch. We're almost out of torches. I'm just going to get moving, I guess. You people I blame for this. Shut all the doors so we don't sink anymore. Alright, let's start. There he is right there. Right. So there's probably a big air pocket in there. I'll catch up and chat, guys. I'm a little bit late on chat, but we got into the update, and then I smashed into my rescue, so start getting turned here. Let's see, where is... Yeah, there's a close... Oh, the hospital ship's right there. Let's go to the hospital ship. Okay. And I'm going to put that in. Okay. We'll try not to hit that on the way by. Let's see. 044, what's my heading currently? Yeah, I'm going to have to just watch it on the way by. I can oversteer it. I can manually override the steering if I need to. Alright, we're clear. Looks like a big tugboat until you put Tethies next to it. Then it looks reasonably small. That's a wide-ass tugboat, too, which it should be. Regular, most tugboats are. Tethies is really not a tugboat, but... Alright, let's catch up on this chate here. Let's see. Alistair is still having computer issues. Yeah, they added to the map. You know, I just started to say it, but again, it's not a big deal. It's like, what I'll do is simple. Look, I look at my money, I'll despawn everything, and I'll give myself that money. I'll go to Infinite Resources, I'll buy the bases. This doesn't take me long to drill, and I'm actually kind of... actually, it doesn't bother me that much, because I just said that I want to make the refinery bigger, so that I don't have to worry about... Because I can only store, like, 10,000 liters at a time. I want to up that, because, you know, for example... The new fishing boat holds 29,000 liters, so if I have to run 5 runs, it's a pain in the ass. If I can run 1 or 2 runs, that's much better. So do that. Are you heading to the 044? Yeah, 044 looks right. So that's north is right. This on this line here, 044, a 45-degree angle between 90 and there. So you'd go here, 90, 40. All right, here 0, 90, 45 degrees, right about on the money. So that looks good. All right. Yeah, I think it's the defib is good. I really like that. Yeah, why didn't they add? Why didn't they ever add bug fixes? Yeah, you'll get that next week. They go, when are they going to do bug fixes? Because people didn't read the week before, you know. Yes, the catalytic converter is big. I like that, Martin. Good to see you, Martin. Carbon monoxide is CO2. Let me see what. I can't remember what platinum catalytic converters are converting. Let's see. I actually am interested in the. I'm actually interested in the chemistry mostly. We did this in chemistry in high school, but Jesus Christ, that's been a long time ago now. So, be catalase. Let's see. So if it's diesel, there's a bunch for diesel. Diesel is mainly soot prevention. They're essentially like you have the new DEF, the DEF, I'm trying to think what the word is for them. They're not really catalytic converters. They're a different filter. Let's do DEF filter. So like you get these DEF filters. This is probably more what the catalytic converter is simulating in game. Is doing a DEF using a urea DEF, and then it's going through a filter. It's mainly soot capture in a DEF system. But like for Karl, let me see. I think is it catalase? Catalase. No. Let's see. Gasoline. So generally they're using platinum. I think they're coming up with some new stuff. So I'm trying to see. I want to see the. Let me see. Try to get the catalyst. Gasoline catalyst. Formulas. All right. I want to see the formulas. That's what I want to see. So let's see. You know, a lot of them are using platinum. That's why people steal them, is for the platinum. Then they melt them down for that. Palladium's worth some cash too. Carbon monoxide to dioxide. Yeah, so it's stripping the oxygen essentially through a catalyst. You know, in game that doesn't do anything for us because we don't have any really noxious issues with carbon monoxide. Like if we had to worry about carbon monoxide poisoning in game, it would make sense for the catalytic converter to catalyze carbon monoxide into carbon dioxide, because as much as we don't want a ton of carbon dioxide, a lung full of carbon dioxide is not pleasant, but a lung full of carbon monoxide is death. So you'd much rather have a lung full of carbon dioxide than a lung full of carbon monoxide. But again, it doesn't have much of a game use, so likely what it's doing is, I'm trying to see, so if we have carbon monoxide, catalyzing it to add the oxygen to it so that we're getting CO2 instead of CO. So it's taking two COs and it's adding an oxygen onto it. So that's what the catalyst is doing generally with a platinum catalytic converter. But again, that's for gasoline. We're not running gasoline either. So a lot of the systems in game are kind of hybrid systems anyways. Generally, I think it's nitrogen oxide is what mainly diesel is looking to get rid of, because nitrogen oxide is also not a good chemical to be breathing in. You speed us up here a little bit. Trying to think, what do I need? Probably a rope to get onto that. Let me trying to finish up chat. Yeah, but that's what they're used for in game, is get rid of smoke. Yeah. No need to make a new save? Excellent. That's good. Thanks for letting me know that, Tripper. Beautiful. Grammar? What is that strange word? Yeah. You know, a big part of grammar, one, you know, we'll put on my old man hat here. You know, a big part of grammar is just to be better understood and to get your point across correctly. And it's like, again, you know, I made a big point of hyperbole these last couple days of like people doing, you know, and Alistair talking about things don't sink at all. This is a rigged and fake. You know, they'll say ships don't sink, and then what they mean is ships don't sink as fast as I want. And the problem is, again, the whole point of language is to convey meaning. And when you're being obtuse on purpose, I find very little utility with that. Is, you know, the whole point of language is to convey your meaning as clearly as possible. And when you're being purposely obtuse, it is not helping your cause, and it's certainly not helping anyone else. Holy shit. Fuck off. I'm trying to go in there and repair you, dick. So again, that's the whole point of having segmented rooms and auto bilge. As soon as that water came in, you notice the bilge fills. And so this room here is sealed off from the rest, but it's not sealed off from the water. So the bow is filling with water, but like we don't have to worry about sinking. We'll never sink. We're not going to get enough water in here. Unless I leave that door open in perpetuity, we're not going to sink the ship. And that's kind of the whole point of designing your ship. I understand people want to do sinking ship, but, you know, for those of us trying to play it as, you know, maybe the way it was intended or in this manner, let's just put it that way, I don't want my ship to sink. And so I do things like close my frickin' doors. And now, like, even if this room here filled with water, the ship would not completely sink. And so I can open this door, and I can come in here, and I can go ahead and... I don't think I can actually change the light's not hooked up in here. Let me check the lights here. All right, I got to work on the lights in this room, too. But, like, I can come in here, and I can repair the hull. This is double hulled, too. So there's actually double blocks here. So as long as I clear one set of blocks here, we'll stop taking water in. Then the bilge system may not be working in here. I have to check it. But it's irrelevant because I can open the door, let it pour into my drone room, and then pump it out from there. So I'm trying to get all of these spots that I need to be able to switch to the other welder. But this welder's toast now. I gotta go get the other one. I need more welders in this boat. It's kind of the other thing. I should be able to walk around behind, too, but... So, like, this is going to keep filling with water until it's full. But, again, all I have to do is, like, you notice we're pumping out here. This is going to pump this room out. We'll verify it over here. I need lights in this room. See, we're going down. So, that was 7,000 liters in a couple seconds. Yeah. Probably some of it was left over from the last time I opened the door. It's not going to let me... it's not going to let me do any of the repairs with the... with that much water in there anyway, unless I have an underwater. So we're just going to hold off on the repairs. We'll head to the hospital ship. I want to get that boat out of there, though, for doing the rescue. So let's go ahead down to this deck, L1, and we'll pull that boat, and we'll stick it on top of the deck. Waves are up. As you can see, my bow is down because of it. I lost the friggin' rope. I gotta go get that. But, you know, I do kind of like this, you know, when you get yourself in a little bit of trouble and you have to get yourself out of it. It's a little bit more fun than, you know, having just smooth sailing all the time, too. So, happy little accidents is bashing into your rescue. Gives me something to do. So, we're probably going to flood this even more. But, again, with this bow flooded... Why isn't the door not working? Did I damage electricity? I might have damaged electricity. It should be if electricity is off. That should be off. I don't know why that's still on. Oh, because I reloaded the save, I think. Right, let's go ahead and... Why is my door not opening? Likely because... Are we out of electricity? Nah, we got electricity. Could be damage from... it could be damage, but looked undamaged to me. I'm trying to read electricity here. Okay, there's no electricity plugged in here. That's the issue. So, again, I got to work on that. Likely, the electrical connection is going from the winch, and that is broken. So, I need to fix that before I can raise my door. Is likely what's going on. So, that would be my guess. So, let's try to fix what we can here. Let's go through this way instead of flooding more of the ship. Let's do that. Shut the doors. Having that auto bilge system is very helpful because it prevents, oh, excuse me, prevents me from actually completely sinking the ship. But remember, ships can't sink, so why worry, you know? So catch up on chat here in a second when I get back into the bow hangar. All right, let's find where our electrical connection's screwed here. I need to go through it. Trying to get up on top of this winch like this so that I can actually repair some ship, but our torch is almost toast anyway. If I can stop the flooding, we'll be in good shape too. Because then I can just open the door and let it pump out. That is all unnecessary stuff I'm welding. Could be the winch that's causing electrical issues. Now we've got electricity to the winch. So if the winch is what was the problem with our electricity, that's now been repaired. Because that's on the winch's systems, so it wouldn't surprise me if that's electrified. Okay. Keep trying to hit as much of this. And we're out. Okay. Let's see if I can get that door open now. Jump, you dickhead, please. Thanks. Alright. Let that pump out on its own timetable here. Alright, we're counting down. I'm just making sure we're going down so that we didn't have any damage in that room as well. Let's go out here. I'm going to try to swing that door. It might be an electrical problem. Well, I know it's an electrical problem, but it might be because of that winch. It may not. Let's not hit the refinery island, too. All right, I'm just going to do this for now, because I think it was me forgetting to hook something up. Because that should be fixed. That's still not fucking doing it, huh? What is the issue here with the door? All right, I'll put that on my to-do list. I can't get this door open. I don't know what the deal is with that. Bow winch out. Let's see. Let me see if I can control this. All right, so we have a whole electrical problem up front here. So something got broken with the damage because that's not working either. So I think we just got a big electrical problem going on right now. Should probably just go back to base. Let's do that, and I will dump these people off via land vehicle, and I will go ahead and I'll take a picture of our ill-fated journey here. And we'll try not to hit that refinery island. Let's go ahead and head back to base. So that's good news that we don't need a new save. Alright, I am, for the funsies of it, shit, if I could remember the frequency, I'd be in great shape. I don't need the frequency, but I was hoping to remember the frequency. That way I could go ahead and navigate to the boat with a helicopter, but I don't really need the frequency because I should be able to do it anyway. Alright, let's see. Where is it? Do you have... No, what the hell? I don't want to overwrite them. I'm trying to open the vehicle, you dick, not close it. Tandem Helo. Let's check. I'm trying to see if it has the locking lugs. It does. Okay, so let's go ahead and... I have no clue what state this is in again. Fuck, we're out of diesel. Things just get harder and harder every time I do this. Wait, I got fucking diesel in there? There's plenty of diesel. What? What are you trying to tell me here, guy? This should have diesel in it. Let's hope. Let's see. Fucking electrical problem here, too. A lot of these things are just nowhere near done, and that's why I'm having so many issues, is I'm trying to see where my builds are, because a lot of these are not near being ready. Let's do... Katie is a little bit big for this pad, so... And the wind is up. Let's see where the wind's at. 30%'s not shocking, but it's not great either. Katie should have a fuel gauge in here, so I can at least read the fuel. Why do we have no fucking diesel going in this? I literally have 10,000 liters of diesel sitting right here, unless this is funked up and not reading right. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is here. Why? Don't start the engine, please, while I'm standing here. Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe the spawner's down? I don't freaking know. Yeah, good to get back into some of the old builds too, like it. Yeah, barely on ships not sinking. I'm trying not to talk about it anymore. Stop, fucking stop. God damn it, I'm already damaged. Prick and a shit and an ass. Stop, just stop. I didn't put the AP on. So, pain in my balls this whole operation today. Fuck off, hose. Turned into a nuisance fest. A lot of it is just like a bunch of these builds are all works in progress, and it's me trying to get them fixed, you know? So. What else did I hit? Main rotor? Main rotor funkified? Yeah, I hit a main rotor too. Alright. See where we're at fuel-wise. I want to get out of here before I hit something else. Shut the friggin' door like I was trying to do to check my fuel. Fuel is 39 gallons. We're close. We're going to risk it for the biscuit here. Some of these builds I haven't touched in a while too, and like I forget how to fly everything, and I forget like what their little quirks and features are. Right, let's go. Let's get out of here. Let's go land there. Let's grab these two Johns. Yeah, I think, I'm pretty sure, Daniel, that's the point of a ship, is to float in the water, not underneath. I think they call that either a rock or a submarine. But, yeah. Oh, look at that. We'll put a cat, we'll check the cat on this, and try to get the smoke fixed on that. We'll see what the balance is. I'll do a little bit of test. Yeah, you can ask a question. We'll see what we can do on that. Yeah, cats are more akin to, I would say, almost like a diesel scrubber or a coal scrubber than they are catalytic converters. You know, that's they're more like a nitrogen oxide. Well, a cat's more like a nitrogen oxide for a diesel. You know, just trying to get rid of nitrogen oxide. Do I need to calculate for max efficiency of torque the opening and closing the piston basing? I don't bother with any of that. I do really simple just valving. I find the valving's helpful and just do that. If you watch my steam piston tutorials, I just do valving on mine. Of course, you can make everything more efficient, but you know, my whole thing too is like, you know, Tripper is the pope of steam. He works on that all the time, so he knows best about steam. I tend to do mine a little more simpler than that. What is this shit here? Best views on... Is Twitch just full of bots today? What's the story with Twitch? Is there any way to make autopilot work when you're not near a vehicle? Like, what do you mean? Keep active block. Fuck, we're already on low... We on low bat? No, low fuel. We're on low fuel. We should be on low fuel. Alright, where the hell are you, Tethies? Why can't I see you? You were on your way to Refinery Island. That's over there, probably. Where the hell are you, Tethies? Ah, shit. If I could remember the frequency, I can radio myself. Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's not get too crazy here. Where the hell is it? Is that it right there? That's it right there. Okay. I do have a radio frequency on there. You know what I just did? I just hit my friggin' propeller with the rope that was hanging on the bottom. So we're all fucked up again. No, I actually hit my rotor. That's even worse. All right, good. Not a problem here. This is gonna be a bitch to land with like that. Why, Tethies? Are you making your turn? It looks like it is. That could be the hospital ship. I can't fucking tell anymore. If I could remember the frequency for Tethy's radio, I think it was 46 something. I can't remember it. I could tune in the radio and I could go right to it, but I can't remember the frequency. I think that's Tethys. That's Tethys. Okay, 100%. I knew the hospital ship was around here, so at first I thought it was hospital ship, but that's Tethys. It's just taking a wide turn, so we teleported, so it still hasn't turned around yet. All right, it's gonna be a bitch to land with a broken rotor, and I'm low on fuel because I didn't bother putting a ton of fuel in me. So we're still pretty good. We still have a third fuel, but not as much as I would like. And my rotor's damaged again because I hit it with the rope when I went a little rambunctious there on the... Let's try to get on Tethys here. Katie did is a little bit oversized to be landing on Tethys, so... And I've got the big black smoke right in my face as I'm trying to do it, so these are all not ideal things. These are all not ideal situations here going on. Oh, fuck. The back hangar is open, too. That's full of water. Be shitting me. I'm just doing all sorts of stupid bullshit today, I'm telling you that. Just doing all sorts of stupid bullshit today. I had a day yesterday, so we're trying to... It's probably diminished me quite a bit. Alright, the light's coming on as we are getting over the pad. Let's just try to clunk it here. Oh, you fucker. What did I hit? I hit something. I hit the crane with my tail rotor. I am all sorts of ballsed up here. Alright, let's get a little bit of, just a tiny bit of propeller in so I can try to match Tethys' speed. We gotta stop hitting shit here. I'm having problems. Trying not to crash. Night Owl will be the only... Well, I've crashed every vehicle I've pretty much brought out today, so... That's a shocker there. Come on. Grab it, you son bitch. Grab, you son bitch. There we go. Alright, we're in. Alright, we're all set now. Shut the engine down. Turning into a big pain in the balls. This is... Oh, don't end up off the end, please. I left the goddamn garage open, too. That's got to be packed with water at the moment. Because we had some heavy seas, too. I lost 2 blades. With the rope hitting at the top. Alright. And did I bang in my tail, too? No, I don't know what I hit. I hit something else. Look at this friggin' thing filling up. Shut the garage door. See if that's emptying. I'm not opening up this door, but let's see. This should have bilge pump 2. Let me see if this is bilge. The bilge pump's going. That should be one of the bilge pumps right there. Yeah, it's going. It's just, it's full of water and it kept filling up, so. Having a shitty time here. 58,000 liters are sitting in there. Again, like, that's not too bad to have the bow full of water and the garage full of water, and we're still doing right. All right. Oh, we're going to need a rescue here soon if we're not careful, so. Let's see what I want to do next. Let's try to repair the bow. I want to get the bow stopped so it stops flooding. Then the bilge pump can have a prayer of trying to empty it. This room is, let's see what we're looking at in this room. This room's down to 4,000 liters, so this one's doing all right. Yeah, fucker, you're full, aren't you? Bow's going to keep filling up until I completely finish it, so. Hopefully I can get up on top of this winch. Got a long list of stuff I got to add to Tethys. Tethys was a work in progress. One of the reasons why I wanted to get it out today was to try to refresh myself on what some of the builds need, because I want to do a workshop episode where I just clean up a bunch of these builds, and I want to get back into career, and I would like to maybe even do some multiplayer career. Had some thoughts with that. I think what I'm going to do is we might start a fresh multiplayer career game. That's one of the reasons I was working on a little fishing boat. I think that'd be kind of fun. We could do rescue missions together, do some stuff like that. It will be separate than this. This is going to be my continual on-running career game for myself, and I'll do it live still, but I think it'll be fun to do some multiplayer stuff. with rescues and like we could do convoys to go, you know, move this and that and this and that and this and that. Do everything we need to do. All right, so that is that. Let's see. I should be able to swim behind the propeller, theoretically. I can homunculus and walk behind the propeller, but we'll just jump over for now. Let's get in here. Oh my God! Doors do not allow water to go through. Bullshit. Did that let water through? Ah, it did. Shocker. Shock. What a shock that is. Doors let water through. Isn't that amazing? You're toast. Let's see. Let's see if Katie has a underwater torch. It's iffy if it does. Let's get these mopes into Katie. I want to get them dropped off. I'd like to make at least $5 of cash here before we spend every dollar on crashes and bullshit. I have no underwater, so we'll rescue these two people. Turned into an absolute cluster this has, but whatever. It was fun. I've enjoyed it so far, so that's all I really care about. Let's see if I can refuel Katie. I'm trying to test out all the different functions here on Tethys. What still needs work. What are you? Diesel pump. Okay, we'll check that. That is a multi-position because it uses one pump for the garage and for up here. I left this door open. That's a good idea. Let's jump in, see if we're pumping. We're not. Let's go ahead and press that button again. Try to get it into pump state. Make sure that that has power. It clicked, so it should have power. All right, let's get in here and check. Yep, we're filling. So that one's working. All right, nice. Yeah, keep active block should let it do. How's it going there, Duke? Oh, is light weird? Interesting. How's it going there, Anton? How are you? I see all this stressful to watch. I assume it was my landing. Yeah, fucked up rotor blade and a broken propeller. It tends to make it a bitch to get on the deck. Yeah, I think a multiplayer. I've been wanting to do the multiplayer career series. You know, again, I think part of it is getting. I want to get that little fishing boat going. That's a good way to go do make a little money. Get down tonight. You know, some other things. We you know, I'm going to use a bunch of the boats I already have, so I don't have to redo a bunch. Let's check this. What's currently we're 235 bearing. What's our current heading? Why the fuck are we at a 170? I want to know that. AP Master, GPS is on. You're showing the correct bearing. Why are you not turning on to bearing is the question. Is it, you know what it is? It's because I have asymmetrical thrust going. I don't think the rudders can overcome how much asymmetrical thrust I had in there. That's probably likely what it is. Let's get this set up and make sure. I don't know what it's doing. Let's put in a heading here. 237. Yeah, so much of this was a work in progress that I had yet to get to, so it does not surprise me that a bunch of shit here is not up to snuff. I destroyed all the propellers on that port side. That's what it is. I destroyed all the propellers on the port side. So something caused that to be broken. Well, we might as well shut that off then, because that's doing nothing. All right, so that's why we're currently like off course. Is I'm running one screw. The rudders are fine. I'm just running one screw, so I'm gonna start probably coming down on that port side, a starboard side rather, and give it a little less power so that it has a little bit better of a chance of turning. But it is, the rudders are working fine. It's just the, we're asymmetrical like a mother here. And so it's trying to fight it. All right, so see, I took down the power, so that is fighting less, and we've already gained 2 degrees, so we're going to take down the power some more. Not power, we're taking down the prop pitch. Taking a smaller bite, and that should, you see, we're gaining turn on there. You know, because we're trying to fight the force of the thrust, and so by slowing down, I'm decreasing the thrust. Now the rudder is becoming more effective. You know, the rudder technically uses the thrust to move as well, but this will help. What is that? Do not hit that fishing boat, you dickhead. All right, so see, we're turning now. So that's the main issue we're having is I blew a propeller blade. Probably when I hit that other boat, I probably actually smacked it and blew out my propeller. So because it was turning funky for a little while there. All right, let's get these Johnnies out of here. The problem is I got to take myself off heading hold. If I don't take myself off heading hold, it will not automatically stop me when we get to the GPS coordinates. So we do want that to happen. Did I get both of you in there? I did. All right, let's get out of here with Katie. Let's make sure we unplug. All right, and let's get out of here. Let's check the fuel. Let's pull this stupid thing up that caused me to... it's not stupid, it's very useful, but it did cause me to lose rotor blades before. Power was my... I have master powers off. Go on, master power, where are you? There you go. All right, we'll deal with that in the air. All right, let's get the hell out of here. Shut the door. Let's crank the engine. Make sure we're up to full operating. We're still attached, so we can't go anywhere. So I'm just going to let it take some pressure off. I actually might go to the back and try to get this this back up again. Take some slack off of it. All right, there we go. All right, we have a green for flight RPS. Let's go ahead and detach the coupler. Let's get out of here. All right, let's go in the back again, and I'm going to shut the door and try to get that up. So this should come up now because it's straight up and down. There we go. All right. Let's shut that so I don't end up in the drink again. Wait, look at this guy. Look at this jackass right there. He's coming right for Tethies. What is this? What are you doing? You have no right of way here. I am... Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have changed the lights to vessel underway... fuck, I forget the terminology. It's vessel underway, but it's damaged, essentially. How's it going there, Chris? How are you? Look at him! Look at this kamikaze mother. If he crashes into me, I'm going to be so bullshit. Get away! He's like turning into me. What a prick. Dude, both my garages are full of water. If I could, like, not have any more water in me, I would be thrilled. Could you stop being an absolute dickhead? Stop, stop, stop. What are you doing? Why are you turning toward me? I have the right of way. I have the right of way. I'm ahead of you. I'm crossing. I have the right of way. What are you doing? Stop. Stop being a jackass. Jackass. What a friggin' mope that guy is. All right, let's get out of here. There's a fire over here next to the dirt separator's on fire. Maybe they'll build a new one. They'll put it next to the tracks. All right, let's go ahead and we'll head that way. All right, there we go. Let's get out of here. Let's go start moving, and then I'll turn on the... let's see what the bearing's running at. Heading radio. Heading bearing right there. Heading bearing. Okay. Everything's trying to be a crash city today. It's really is a pain in the ass. Fire missiles. I gotta put it on an altitude here. Let's just do, I don't know, 500 feet's fine. 650's fine. 650 is not a proper altitude, but that's not that altitude. 650 wouldn't be a proper altitude. If we're VFR, we're gonna want to go thousands and odds. Depends if you're going east. Depends if you're going west. 650 is weird. We'll go 5. Katie needs autopilot work, but again, I pretty much haven't gone back to Katie in a long time. That's why it's doing the wiggle waggle. I gotta do a bunch of autopilot work on some of the builds. Yeah, I need missiles just to protect myself from these ding-dongs. Alright, so I'm going to open up the list of my to-do list. I'll actually open up the list for Tethies. I'm going to put a bunch of stuff there. Tethies. Let's see what was already on the list. Bridge, AP, nav, fuel panel, AP, stop to push. I hope that got fixed. If that didn't get fixed, that's why we crashed it. No, we stopped. So we had to have, it has to have an auto stop. It did stop eventually, but it did hit. All right, let's see what else we do. Front garage, let's see. Electric. Check. Bilge. Check the bilge. Drone room lighting. Tool chests engineering. Let's put a, in the front garage, let's put repair. Equip. Okay. There's a lot of it's been finished up. Let's check the front garage refueling. Actually, I already had that in there. I checked it off, so it's probably working. It's probably, the damage probably broke it. Alright. Can I not spell today? I can't spell today at all to save my life. Alright, I think that looks good. So what else did Tethies need? I can't. That's pretty much what we got. Oh, yeah, you like Katie's big beef gears. Katie's got some big beefs on. Katie was inspired by a Katydid. That's why Katie is called a Katydid. For the shape. Let me see if I can find a Katydid. Not a Katy Perry, a Katydid. So this is a Katydid here. That's a Katydid. So that's why Katydid looks like that, and that's why Katydid is called Katydid. It looks like a Katydid. So. Let's just check, see where the wind's at. 60% wind. That's so. There's a. I gotta play with the autopilots here. It's a pain in the ass to get these to line up right on heading. Heading can turn into a wheel fest, and part of the problem is you start to get to the point where it overshoots the desired heading, and then it overreacts. So you got to get your PID tuned in, PI and D, all values pretty perfect to get it to run right. And then it starts to, the way I've got my autopilot set up is they fly like you'd fly in real life. You don't kick the rudder when you're flying either a helicopter or a plane, especially. You roll, and then you coordinate with the rudder. And so the way this works is it rolls, and then it adds enough rudder to coordinate. And so the problem then becomes is when the PID overruns, it overreacts in one of the regimes, which then unsettles the other, and you get an oscillation. So you're having to try to solve for that oscillation that it's doing. So it can be kind of a pain in the arse. And so I gotta kind of keep tuning them up, and I just have not been in a plane or a helicopter mood lately. Starting to get back into it, so that might motivate me to get back into doing some of that tuning. Like I just took the autopilot off, and now see it's smooth as can be. It's not a design. It's not a inherent design thing. It's a me autopilot thing. So one thing I could do, it's kind of gross, is I could change the way it flies for autopilot only. I'm trying to. I'll play with it at some point. I'm not in the mood to get in there. It's just it's kind of a boring thing where it's like, spawn vehicle, go test. Nope. Spawn vehicle, go test. Change PID values, you know. Spawn vehicle, go by, change clamps. You know, it's that kind of misery of work. It's like, it just takes forever. It's good to like be playing another game and just like have that on while I'm doing it. So what I should, the reason why we initially damaged Katie was this here is ground idle. The whole reason I have ground idle is, as you notice, when I press ground idle, flight RPS went off. It lowers the RPS so that it can't take off. And so it started leaning because it had enough thrust to overcome its mass. Now it doesn't. So it's more likely to sit here nicely. We do have 60% wind on, so it still could act the fool. But it's going to, as you notice, it slows the rotor blades down. It can't take itself off. Now, if the wind's high enough, it will, you know, blow us off the ground. But for the most part, it's nice to have that because it's a good way if I want to keep the engine running, which I'm just going to leave it running. It doesn't try to take itself off. It's, you know, and they have it IRL. You don't need super duper. You don't need to be at operational RPS when you're sitting on the ground. You're just burning fuel. You're wasting resources. You're, you know, you're putting extra life on the engine for no particular reason. So it's good to have a ground RPS anyway. All unaccounted have died. Oh, shocker. Yeah, maybe they got hit by a large ship that was there to actually rescue them. All right, we're going to go put out the fire over there at the dirt separator. So, like, you know, Katie's not trying to tip itself over now because it's on ground idle. Had this door open the entire time. Let's finally shut that door. All right, let's go back to flight idle. And we'll get a green light when it's time to actually lift off. So you see it's revving itself up. And then when it's ready, it will give me flight RPS, and we're ready to get out of here. So that could have been what happened with Night Owl earlier, is I forget how I set it up. I don't think I have ground idle, but if I don't rev the turbines up enough, my ducted, well, they're not really ducted, no, they are kind of. My fans are not spinning fast enough to hold its weight. So it can fly like a plane, but it can't, you know, it's not actively able to vertically fly. You know, and the other build, like, you know, people like put ugly icons for Katie is, again, the Katie is not supposed to be a looker. It's I kind of like the ugly bulldoggy look, and so Katie, the reason why Katie has a front propeller is, one, it's unconventional. Generally in helicopters they'll do pushers, so I wanted something different. And the other thing was the Transavia ag truck. You know, it was an Australian ag truck. There's casualties here too. It was an agricultural airplane, and so it looks very much like Katie. It looked kind of like Katie did with a front propeller, and that's the other inspiration for Katie and why Katie has the front propeller, is to look kind of like a Transavia. So. Jesus Christ, that's beyond my skills. I do have a Bambi bucket for Katie, but I'm not going back and getting the Bambi bucket. That is not happening. So it's just a bucket you can dip in the water source, fill up with water, and be able to fight the fire. This is not getting put out with the fire extinguisher. I'm going to get burned before I ever get near putting that out. Yeah, it's going to be ugly. Bambi bucket. This would have been fun with a Bambi bucket, but 60 knots of wind is not fun either, because the Bambi bucket will try to go up and hit the rotors, and I got to fight it, and it's not equipped for that. This would be good for the actual, the tiller fire truck. That's kind of what this would be, because the tiller fire truck can bring its own water. I don't have a water source here either. Let's even go up there and do it. There's no way in hell I put this out. I'm going to run out of fire extinguisher before I ever get it out, but we'll give it the old college try and we'll see what's up. And then we'll rescue these peeps. Wind is up, too. We got a lot of wind going on here. Oh, yeah. Let's get the close one before I die here. I love the crunch sound. That's another. It's like the fish flopping. I do like the funny sounds they have in the game. That's part of the whole art style, too. It's kind of supposed to be like your character looks goofy, and you got... What? What the fuck blew up? What was that shit? Did the facility blow up? What the fuck blew up? I think the facility blew up. I think something got damaged Blew me up. Jesus Christ. Fuck them. They can burn now. All right, we're going to do this. I'm going to just respawn the whole thing. I'm going to take a quick coffee break. The way I do my career is if I die, I roll the save. So we're going to roll the save. That's actually fine. We're going to be able to see what the new stuff is anyway. I'm going to go on a quick coffee break here, and I'll be back. All right, so I have returned. All right, so let's go ahead and look at... all right, so where do we end up here? This was before I despawned this sucker, and then we despawned it. The diesel went in there fine. Let's double check it, make sure diesel went in fine. The diesel is in there fine. All right, so let's save it. Again, I think what we're going to actually do here for a little bit is we're going to load up my test world, and we'll check a couple of those builds. Again, I got to get refreshed on some of these builds to make sure that I know how the hell I'm supposed to be running them. Again, I like to have some complex builds, and some of them, they need system work. A lot of them are just nowhere near being done. Oh, you clipped me? I figured you would. Yeah, there was some good clippage there. All right, let me catch up on chat here, guys. Citrus is on break. Shocker. Yeah, front ends can be tough. Let me, here, I'll show you a couple examples there, Chris. You know, big thing too is, here, let's do like a fast front end. A lot of people have issues with this. I was going to do an airplane nose tutorial at some point. Here, let me do that. I got to make a private channel on the Discord, because every time I post in, so there's a channel, it is, it's not a big deal, but it's just, it bugs me a little. It's, where is it? The hell is it? Oh my God. Where the hell is the channel? I can't even remember what it's called. My poor brain. Video requests. Under video requests, like if I have one that I want to remember, I'll put on, you know, I'll put on there, and somebody's like, what do you remind yourself? I'm like, yeah. That's exactly why I'm doing it, is to put them on there. And then as I go through the list of like, oh, I want to do a tutorial, I don't know what to do, I'll go through, and I put it on there for myself. And then people always give me shit about it. I don't know what, that seems weird to people. It's not a big deal. It's just, I'm like, why does that seem weird to people? All right, let's go ahead and let's catch up on chat here. Yeah, a little bit of vomit comment there on there. Yeah, I think multiplayer would be good. Yeah, so part of the thing is with when you're PID controlling on the heading on the autopilot, you know, when it goes past its thing, it overreacts. And so if you don't have the numbers perfect, and then the problem too is with airplanes especially is there's a big differential in speed, which gives you different effectiveness on your control surfaces, and then a different, you know, and that control surface effectiveness also goes up with wind. And so there's a high variability there with how much, you know, how strong essentially your control surfaces are. So that can cause issues. It will slowly kill you without a fire suit, though. I blew up. It exploded. There was an explosion, so that's why it was like, that was weird. I've died many times to not wearing a fire suit, and it just slowly burning to death. It keeps making the noise, but it blew up, so I think something blew up. Yes, the propeller goes to neutral on front, so I can increase pitch either by buttons, or I can use my keyboard, and also when I press space, it just flattens it out. Goes into bait on the blade. Yeah, I don't build too big of ships just because, like, one, you know, again, the game's not designed for that. So it's like, you know, you see people time after time asking for like bigger workbench, and I get it. But then you also see people complaining about lag. And so it's, again, the more blocks you have, the more likely it's going to lag. And then people want to take their builds that they built for single player into multiplayer, which is understandable. But again, then you are putting the stress on everybody else as well, that they have to be able to run that, and not everybody has a good PC, and then you get complaints that multiplayer sucks. And so it's you know, it's kind of it's a battle of, you know, them trying to get the game to where it's representative all the time, you know, and so it's understandable. And so I don't like making really huge stuff anyways. Like, I don't need to. Like let's quickly, we'll go, like, my biggest ship is, I would say it's got to be Triton. Triton is, well, Triton is my most massive ship, definitely. So Triton is my biggest ship. And so, like, Triton is a lag machine. Triton is not optimized in any way, shape, or form. Triton's, the way it's designed, is not super helpful in that regard anyways. Like, this is Triton's logic. Triton is a logic beast. Like, look at like the cooling. I have to redo the cooling's probably a big part of it and pain in the ass. Like, the electrical work, like, this is the electrical work. They're all circuit breaker bound and intricate circuit breakers. And so Triton is smaller than the real build. It's 121,000 mass to go in, and it fits in the main workbench. And, like, I get why some people want bigger ships, but, like, this ship does absolutely everything I'd ever need. It's got multiple parasite crafts, a helipad. It can hold land vehicles inside of it. Yes, there are some situations where I might want a bigger vehicle, but, like, I don't really need it. And so, like, when I started making another home ship with Tethys, I went smaller. I didn't go bigger. And so, like, yes, it would be kind of cool to have an aircraft carrier. I can see that sort of thing. But, you know, you're just asking for things to be a greater chance of lag and issues. And so it's like, personally, I went south when I built a new home ship with Tethys. Let's actually look at some of Tethys' issues real quick. But, like, Tethys is much less intensive on the system. It still has complex electrical, complex logic, but it's a lot more optimized. It's smaller, and I think it's more utilitarian in certain instances. Like, it doesn't take 5 containers, but it can take 4, so it's a little bit downgraded on that. It still has a helipad. It can still take a lot of the craft that Triton takes. You know, but like some of the frivolous stuff, like Triton's got a lot of frivolous, like big staterooms. Tethys, I went with smaller staterooms, so it can be, you know, smaller and a little bit more compact. And yeah, so, you know, personally, I don't see like a huge need for that. But again, you know, you start XMLing the workbench. There's nothing wrong with it, but you do have to understand you're working outside of what the game's supposed to be doing. Let's look at a couple helicopter noses. I know that was a question. Let's get the music back up. All right, so like let's go through some of my hellos here. So let's go. All right, so like this is more of a like modern nose on here. So like one thing, if you want to get good rounded shapes, you know, the big thing with doing this where a lot of people struggle is counting blocks. So it's important to count blocks. And so like this goes from a 2 down to a 1 to a flat, and then it starts to go back down to a 1 to a 2. And so something like that's a good way you can get a pretty good rounded modern shape like that. And so like, let's just make something real quick. So like, if you wanted to do that, start with like a 2. All right, so 2 is a nice slope, modern looking piece. And then grab a 2, go Simultris there. You know, so just kind of play with the angles. A lot of people, like in games, want ultra bubble canopies too. It's like, go look at real stuff. Like, you know, as a real pilot, you don't have great visibility, but you don't need it. Again, you intuit, and like the machine becomes an extension of your body, and you don't really need to see as well as some people think you need to see in a game. Like, you just don't. And so, like, this is now 2, so we know the next part's going to be a 1. So you just come on in. So there's your 1. All right, and then we're going to end off the end here on a 1 as well. So we'll go like this. Let me drag properly. There we go. So this is a good way to do it, but you got to count your blocks. And so like when you go to a 2x2, if you look at what a 2x2 pyramid is made up of, it's made up of 1x's. So you know that that's going to match up nicely because the 2x wedge is actually made up of 1x's. All right. Now, you can go and you can merge it right up with this, but it's going to be too sharp and beaky. So what I usually do is I'll make up one flat section on there. And this serves a bunch of good purposes. One, it's giving it some height, but it's also helping you to be able to do things like integrate parts, put lights in there. For example, you want to put a spotlight on the front, that's where your spotlight goes. Pretty easy to stick it in there and make it look normal. If you want it taller, you can do, like, say you were going to do, like, a bigger, like, Chinook style. Especially a lot of those, like, Vietnam-era helicopters were pretty fat. You could fatten it up. Or you could, you know, go ahead and extend out to another one section on this, like that, to start to change the angle from a little bit flatter to a little bit steeper, like so. You know, but then, so I tend to go like this. So we'll, you know, we're just building that helicopter's nose right there. All right, and then as you come down, right, you're going to go back to 1x's. You know, so kind of going from like 2s to 1s and stepping up and down. I do the same thing with hulls. That tends to be a pretty good method to get them kind of nice and rounded. All right, so there we go. And now, understanding again how the blocks line up and understanding what makes what. Again, this 2x2 here is essentially made up of 1s. So when you get it like this, you can now go back to 2s. So now you're back on 2s again, and that matches right up. And that gives you a nice rounded nose, and you shouldn't have any issues getting in. If you look at the glass on that, the glass lines up really nicely. You need a lot of dash space to be able to get the seats in there. Actually, probably just deleted the nope, the windshield's right there. You know, so that's kind of a nose on that. This one is supposed to look kind of like a big bulldoggy fish, so this one's more rounded on purpose. and it has the glass you can look through. That was decidedly, I wanted this to be more rounded. Like, this is a more modern pointy nose. Same type of thing, we're going 2s. This one goes right from 2s to flats, and then it slopes from the bottom. Let's see what else we got for halos here. This one here is just more of a, you know, again, it's just a lift helicopter there, so it's not looking to be super streamlined. You know, helicopters, you know, a big part of the helicopters for me is I'm trying to get them on ships, so I don't want them to have too long of a nose on them. And then, like, you start looking at some of my planes. We have, like, the Cap Air Jet. You know, a lot of people struggle with the airplane stuff. Cap Air Jet here, you know, a lot of these airplanes are more rounded than you think they are. They're not super pointy. They're pretty rounded. So, like, this one here, I'm going flat because, you know, this one goes on a higher slope here because you need to see past your nose. And if you go out too much, you're not going to be able to see past your nose. So, especially on these regional jet size, MD-80s have this type of nose on them. You know, a little bit more rounded out there. This is the area where it's a little bit harder to join it, and people use XML windows for days. I don't really bother with that shit. I just kind of leave a little bit of scar on there, a little bit of jaggedy. Because it really, like, you don't need to do too much, and you can really kind of keep it clean. See what else I have on, let's think what else I got for jets to kind of look at the noses. We won't spend too much time on this, but, let's see. Night Owl. Night Owl, I think, has a pretty good-looking cockpit nose. You know, so you can see 2s down to, this is double 2s down to a 1 set, down to a flat set, and then I do a vertical 2 set. So, again, that's giving me a nice slope on the top and a tall bottom. This is good for landing gear. So, like, that's done so that I can fit the landing gear in there. So I'll often do that if I need to fit a bunch of shit in the nose. It also lets me do vertical development really well, where I build it up. Generally, in most of these size of airplanes, you're going to have to do a step up into your cockpit because you need to get closer to the glass. The pilots need to sit up higher so that you can get close to the ceiling and the glass so that you can look over the nose. The passengers will sit lower while they'd be looking right through the nose, and you can't do that. So generally, a lot of these cockpits you have to have a step up into. So that's kind of what that's all about there. So a little bit of nose stuff there. You know, I might do a little nose tutorial and then put out some cockpits, like just cut them off here, and then people can do with them what they want. Nice looking hulls. Let's see. So it kind of depends on like what you're trying to do, but like the big thing with hulls, we can actually build it in here, it's fine. So like the way I do a hull is first you want to get your length to beam ratio. So length to beam ratio is pretty simple. Your length, how long it is compared to the ratio of how wide it is. Beam is width. And so once you kind of determine that, so like let's say that's going to be our length to beam ratio there, maybe a little bit fatter. Tethys has a pretty standard length to beam ratio. Triton is wider. Triton is wider to give it more buoyancy. It needs it. Tethys does a little bit all right without it because it doesn't have I don't put as much stuff on Tethys. It doesn't need as much weight as Triton. Triton does a lot of crane work. So I tend to start with a flat plane here. And then I determine what I want my hull to do. Do I want it to be more like a tugboat? Do I want it to be a little bit sharper? And then when I come in here, so I tend to start with my deck. So this is going to be the main walk section. This is the main deck of it. And then I come in and I start thinking of how I want to build up the shape. So if you wanted a really sharp bow, let's actually kind of cut in like that. All right, so like a pretty sharp bow. So let's put a wedge piece in there. So if you're going to do a sharp bow, like say a 45, we cut in with a 45, and then you need to understand what the next block you can go to is. And so you're pretty much thinking, okay, I could go, so like kind of count them out as well. Again, like I said, is the 2x2 is made by 3 1x1s. So you know that if you want to switch to that 2x2 segment, you're going to need to do at least 3, you know, these two and then an intermediary block there. But like, say you want to start switching up and you want to start shaping here, you know, going from a 1 to a 4, you can do it. It's not necessarily always the best idea. Trying to go intermediary to a 2 is often helpful, like that. And so you kind of want to cut it out, count it out, rather. Jesus Christ, I can't speak. So, of course, a 2 by 2, two 2 by 2s makes a 4, right? So you want to do at least 2 is usually helpful. Is a good kind of rule of thumb. And then you want to kind of come in, and then you can go to a 4 to kind of, you know, as you can see. So now you're starting to kind of get that transition in there. All right, now if you notice, this one's going to be a very sharp bow. That's kind of what we're planning for, is a sharper bow on this one. So this one's going to take a long time to get back. Now you run into problems here, or you run into potential problems here, is because this is so sharp, the ship needs to be pretty long for you to be able to balance it out. So I will do these on very long boats. Triton has a pretty sharp bow, but that caused a lot of problems. Triton has to have a big fat flat ass to be able to account for a sharp bow. So a sharp bow is not always what you want to be looking for. It can be problematic, and you have to solve for a bunch of problems. So like that there is a pretty sharp bow. You're going to want a good bit of length, because in the middle section you're going to have it pretty flat, square, and boxy to be able to account for low buoyancy in the bow. And so that's kind of the issue with that. Now, so one thing you can do is, and you'll actually notice this on a lot of boats if you actually like look at their schematics, they're not super duper sharp. People think they're sharper than they are often. So you come in and instead of going right to a sharper bow, count out, like, you know, you might go, let's go, drag. Like, let's go 3 of those. All right, so there's 3 of those. And then we're going to go to 2, a 2-banger here. All right, so this is a little less sharp. This is still sharp, but it's not as sharp. So as you can see, we've gone 4 2s on that one. So this is going to arrive to the midsection a little bit earlier. By arriving to that midsection a little bit earlier, you're saving yourself some of those problems. The bow is going to have more buoyancy. By having more buoyancy, you don't have to make the middle as fat and square. And the bow will help you keep the ship up. So as you can see, that's a little bit fatter than the other one. That's more what you're actually looking at with most ships. They're not super duper sharp. Like a speedboat might be super duper sharp. You go on from that. You want to go even wider. What I'll tend to do is I'll do my 1 block there, and then I'll grab some 2x pyramids, and I'll make a nice flat section here. Now, you can go as tall as you want. Like, I would tend to go taller blocks anyway, but like, so as you can see, we kind of cut like that. Now we're going to want to come back in. So you can use a 1 block as a transition block like that. It's often helpful to use a couple, because by doing that, it's easier to do the conversions. And now we're going to come in and we'll go to a 2. But, you know, at the end of the day, there's no shortcut in this. It's practice. You know, and the more you practice and the more you kind of just keep building, you're going to find little tricks. But, you know, I think following a tutorial being like, okay, do 3 of these, then do 1 of these, I think is reasonably counterproductive, because it's better to kind of learn the mechanics yourself. So, like, this is more leaning towards, like, this isn't even as steep as I would do on a tugboat. Tugboat, I'd do even flat in that. But that's more rounded. Like, Tethys has a round bow. There are benefits to this. By having a rounder bow, you're getting more buoyancy in there. You can also put things in there. Like, if we go look at Tethys, like you can see, so that's the beginning of the bow. So I tend to do this step first. You know, you want to do them, generally you could do a 4x on this. So the height, you can do how fast it goes down. Like, this would go down at a 45-degree angle. That's too steep. So generally, like, this will give you the general shaping, but I would probably use, you know, this here would be a 1x4. This would be a 2x4. This would be a 1x4, 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 2x4, 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 or 4x4, or 4x4. You know, and that would give it some height and some and so like let's look at Tethys. Let's look at the difference between Triton and Tethys for that. So like if we bring in Triton, Triton has that sharper bow. It's not super sharp though. Again, you know, it's still reasonably rounded, but it's not super sharp. But if we look in here, we get a lot of useless space. Like this is all useless space. And I don't want to add the weight to double up the blocks and make it look smooth. It's pretty useless in here anyway. So this room gets turned into chain lockers for the anchors. This is all unusable space. So there's a lot of unusable space with a sharp bow. And you see a lot of people building sharp bows. You make an absolute ton of unusable space with sharp bows. So that's just, and you don't have a ton of space for buoyancy in there. So it's nice, it's sharp looking, it's fast. But you notice what I have to do to account for that. It has to have a big, really square midsection, because this midsection is actually what's holding up the whole ship. All right, this has no glitches in it. This is all just natural buoyancy. So sharp bow leads to a big fat belly to be able to hold it, and I have a big square ass on it, all to be able to make sure it balances correctly. Now, if we look at Tethys, Tethys is a different design. It's more tugboaty. You notice it goes, it's all fours. So it's a 1, then it's 4s, going to 2s, 3, 1s. Then I can convert it back to 2s to 4s. So you see how you can change that shape. And you need these conversion areas here. That's converting it out with a with some 1 blocks. And so the benefit of this is because it has a nice squared out bow, that has a lot of buoyancy. It also has a lot of space. There's almost no unused space here. Like, that is literally the wasted space that Tethys has. And so with this design, I can put in a front hanger, which was important to me. Like, there's very little unused space in this because it's pretty resilient. The rear does have some unused space here, but this is for buoyancy. So it's not wasted, but it's just unused. And then I put mostly all of my fuel goes on the floor. That's where it is IRL. So ballast water and fuel goes on the floor. That's a good place for it. All this is either ballast water or fuel. Generally, your bow's not going to get a ton of that. Now, because of that, because the bow is giving me good ballast or good buoyancy, the middle section's still square, but the whole ship is square. And the benefit of this is that I don't need, I don't do any glitches in this one either. But this one here gives me a lot more space, and it can also be very narrow. Triton had to be pretty fat and wide to account for that skinny bow. So, by making this pretty squared up, I can have it pretty more natural of a beam to length ratio. So, just those are some of the things that will help. But practice is really, you can't do an end run around practice. You got to just keep building. But that answers Deanie's question, I would say. Yeah, but I usually start with that deck level that I'm going to stand on. That tends to be where I'm going to go because I want that level 1 or 2 blocks above the water, depending on how big the boat is, Do boats usually have variable collective or only throttle? It depends. There are variable pitch propeller boats. We have variable pitch propellers now. It depends on what the job is. For example, Tethys is going to be doing a bunch of towing operations. It has a front winch and a rear winch. And so it doesn't have bow and stern thrusters. And so I need to be able to use the propellers to quickly be able to rotate the ship and do maneuvering. So Tethys has variable pitch. Triton uses conventional, and it has a bow and a stern thruster. So it can still do asymmetrical thrust, but it's much slower because it has to stop the propeller and then reverse the propeller. So it has bow and stern thrusters. So I can come in and then use the thrusters to move it, and I don't have to worry about too much asymmetrical thrust. With my tugboats, I use azipods. tugboat, the whole point with a tugboat is being ultra maneuverable. So like the 2111 has azipods. So these are 360 azipods. That gives it ultimate maneuverability. Like this is 1-to-1 to the real boat. So like look how wide a tugboat is. A tugboat is a square brick because it needs to be able to go sideways and not tip over. It needs to be able to have a cable going sideways and not be pulled over. That's why it is the big skegs in the front is for hydrodynamic stability. So this one here, oh Jesus Christ, camera. Like you notice how flat the bow is? This is on purpose so that I can push off the bow and I'm not, so I have as many blocks contacting as possible. Gives me a nice flat pushing surface. So this one has that nice flat bow for pushing. So this is a work vessel. It's not a show pony. It does a lot of work. Yep, like looking at like using IRL dimensions is helpful. Like a lot of like I don't think I can find it anymore. But Triton is supposed to be like 70 meters long and it's a 55-meter base. So Triton is fatter than it would be IRL. I don't really need extra length in Triton anyway. And so the benefit of that is, you know, it's a little bit fatter than it would be. Well, you know, people consistently complain about, oh, you know, things don't float as well as they do IRL. Okay, you can use, there are glitches that work really well to fix it if you want, or you can, you know, you can just determine that we're going to keep it reasonably proportional, but we'll fatten it up a little bit. And if you fatten it up underneath the water, you can't see it. So like for Triton, Triton would have a much more shapely area underneath the water, but you can't see it anyways. This black line is all you can see. So anything under the water, you're not seeing. So you might as well fatten it up. And so by fattening it up back here, we get nice, easy, flat walls to work with. It gives us nice big areas in here that are nice and squared off for like hangars. This is where we store vehicles. Big squared up room in here. And the benefit to this is like, look at Triton. Triton has no unused space in the back. That's all for buoyancy. So that gives me an absolute shitload of buoyancy to be able to keep this big boat floating well without any glitches. There's no glitches in here. I don't have any sort of buoyancy glitches, you know? And so you can do it and still make it look good. And then when it sits in the water, you don't see any of that shit anyway. You know, so you're not going to see any of that under the water line anyway, so it's like, why fret about it? So like it sits well, it's buoyant with that. It's a little bit lower, you know, the draft is a little bit deeper than it would be IRL, but it allows you to have a boat that floats really well, which is what I care about. Like, people will fret all day long that they can't make the underside of their boat look good. It's like, well, it's in the water all day. You're not going to see it. All right, let's look at Tethys real quick. I want to check some stuff. Kind of make it a hybrid episode of Workshop here as I'm trying to make sure everything's working. All right, so we lost use of the door. That very well could have been from damage. So I'm trying to see where these systems are plugged in here. This is separate, so what is over here? The handle does not get plugged in. The camera, that's plugged in there. Okay, what do you plug to there? That's way out there. I don't want to screw with that then. Okay, you are camera there. Let's see. We have... The camera goes there. And then maybe it's the... occupied. So something is up with this. Camera doesn't want to work. Electricity looks good there. Electricity on the camera should not be off of that. Go like that, and we'll disconnect you. These act as batteries, which is obnoxious, but I wish we could shut the battery function off on these hard points. I get why we have it. It makes sense for missiles, but it's also, I want that off when I'm trying to use them in my build for locks. Let's check bilge pump in here. We have a bilge right here. All right, that is going right there. Okay, so it pumps the water from the rooms into the ballast tanks, and then the reason I do that is the ballast tanks are automatically pump the water in and out depending on how deep we're sitting in the water. So you just pump the water in here, and then it will go wherever it wants to go at that point. So I need to figure out what's up with this. I don't see a meter in here, so I'm gonna figure out. Right there. Okay. So let's see. That should be plugged into here. This is bilge front garage, and this is front garage bilge pumps right there. So they may have been running. I don't know why. I just didn't visually see them running, but looks like they're running. Let's check electricity. Okay, they go there. Okay, they're plumbed in the whole bilge system. We know the rest of the bilge system was working, so that should be fine. It was probably got damaged when I hit the bow, so it's probably just a damage issue. We'll check the camera I want to look at. All right, let's spawn it up real quick. Check the camera. That's on my to-do list. Yeah, even the rope got destroyed when we hit the bow because the rope was missing. All right, camera's working fine. I can check that off the system. Refueling, I need to check. Where the hell is front garage? Front garage. Bilge is good. Repair equipment we need in there, and refueling I need to check. So let's pull this in and check it. So the refueling should take from the main tanks of the build and then fill up all of the systems. Should pump out and then go to the parasite craft. So that is plumbed correctly. Pump going the right direction to a hose anchor. Comes down here. It then goes down, and this is one of the fuel tanks here. So that's the front diesel tank right there. And so we need to make sure the logic works fine. Make sure the connection looks good. Connection looks good. Yep. All right. Electricity is plumbed. That button works. So that's good. Again, it could have been damaged when I smashed the hull into something. So that is very much a possibility. And it's directly connected, so that should work fine. As long as the... I'm going to do this. As long as the tank on the build we're pumping into has a gas relief valve, I'm going to pump the air through as well if there's any air in the tank. And then make sure this should have gas relief. That should be gas relief right there going... Nope, that's not. That is right there. This is going up to the helicopter. So let's go like this. I'm going to go ahead and just pump the air with it. On that. Because if it gets any air in there, it is going to cause problems where it gets blocked out. So I'd rather just blow it through at this point. What are you, sir? I'm trying to find where my venting is here. I have a vent going right here. Right there. All right, so let's find you. You go down, down, down like a burning ring of fire. So it should be this one here. Goes to there. Goes down here. Down, 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 down. And that goes right there. What is up here? What is this about? Okay, that is in the main fuel tank where the weight is. The weight. Okay, this is okay. I see what I'm doing here. I'm ventilating through the weight system again. All right, that's good. All right, that is all good. And then this is ventilating here. All right, I see what I did. So I'm ventilating into the weight compartment, and then that ventilates to the outside environment. So that all should be fine. All right, so refueling looks good. I think I just damaged it when I bashed into it. And then let's just put a... I don't want to do here. Let's just do this for now. And a water torch here. A couple of these here as well. All right, good. So those are in. I check that off the list. Repair equipment. Drone room needs lighting. I don't want to deal with that yet. All right, let's try to get some... I want to go back to doing some rescues. So let's go ahead and... All right, that should be good. All right, let's check. These helicopters are a pain in the ass, but Chickadee works. Katie works. Probably run Chickadee for a while there. Yeah, looking at images to help with proportions is really helpful. Like, a big part of, like, stuff looking correct is proportionality. So, like, if you're going to shrink something by 20%, like, say your length needs to go down by 20% because of the build area, to add buoyancy, you might want to go down by, say, 15% on beam. So it's a little bit fatter on the beam side. Increase the draft by maybe like 5% and then square it off. And that way, the other reason why I like to square ships off, like a lot of people will do these really rounded ships. The reason I like to square them off is, you know, if you have a angle in here, you have to double it up. So like if you have a, let's see. If you have a 2x4 going on the side of the ship, right? So this is the exterior wall. You need to then have a 2x4 on the interior wall to be able to make it look good on the inside. And so then you run into a situation where, like, look how wide this is, and that becomes really big and wide. And so by squaring it off, you know, you have a nice squared off room you can actually use here. So that's the other reason I do it on some of these, to square them off. How's it going there? Owl, how are you? The main thing with the shape of the hull is mostly the drag of the blocks. So if you're using like 1x4s, they tend to have more drag. Now, frankly, I don't give a shit too much. Like, I don't want my ships to go 40 knots. They shouldn't be going 40 knots. This does 25 knots. Perfectly happy with that. It's fuel efficient. This has big 1x4s in here, so this has a lot of drag. But frankly, I don't care. I get the results that I want, and I have the look that I want. If you want, like, hyper, you know, like, here's an optimized hull. Like, I saved that, right? Let's see. So, like, this is, like, a low-drag hull. It has 1x1s going all on it. That's a low-drag hull. You know, so you can make something low-drag if you want. Or you can, like, I don't know, learn how to build engines that are powerful enough, and you're good to go, and you can have what you want. Like, where's the Vice? So, like, this is probably my fastest boat. You know, it's got a wedged hull, you know. I forget how to control this. Throttle, let's see. WS up, down, and 3. Okay, WS up, down, and 3. I have 3 engines on this. So this is my fastest boat, other than a Cranoplan. I have a Cranoplans that I wouldn't count those as boats, so. What the fuck? Oh, I was doing stability work. God damn it. Always doing, like, I'm always, like, halfway through all these builds, and it pisses me off that it's not ready. I did name it stability work, too. That's why I did the fucking backflip. Right here, stab work. Let's take this one. I literally had a keypad on there for tuning in the stability, so that's why I did a goddamn backflip. Everything is like in like a half-done state, and when I come back to them, it's a pain in the ass. It really thoroughly is to be able to get anything working again. So, like, this is my fastest boat. It's got a ton of wedges, but it accomplishes it by getting up and out of the water, and it's got a lot of power. And we're doing 88 knots, you know. You know, and it handles the waves well. You see it's leaning. It needs stability work. That's why the other version has, you know, a keypad is so I can do it. And I didn't enter a number in because I haven't played with it in a while, so I have no clue what number is, you know, where it should be. But this also has, like, this has inboard outboards. If you notice, they move. So that's also something you have to deal with is you have to stabilize with those too. But Vice boat's fast, and it it uses a lot of wedges. It's not super duper optimized to cut down drag. It rides on top, and that's how these boats do it IRL, is they ride on top. You have hulls that are designed to skim on the top of the water. They're designed to be going fast, because you're not in the water. You're not pushing against the water. You're skipping across the top like a stone. And that's how these types of boats achieve their high speeds, is by essentially being out of the water. They're barely in the water. Like here, let me see if I can find offshore boat racing. Like, you'll notice most of the boats out of the water most of the time, because that's the point, is that's how you get speed in this case. It's like, that's how much boat's in the water. That's how much boat's in the water. Like, literally, even when they're not doing a jump, like, all that boat's out of the water. It's just the engines are sitting in the water. Like, look at the Geico boat here. All that's out of the water. Pretty much the engines are sitting in the water. This one's, like, barely got anything in the water. These are a lot of jumps, but I'm trying to find, like, regular running. Like, even regular running, like, most of the boats out of the water, and that's how they cut the drag down, is stay out of the water. But you get spectacular crashes because, again, it turns into an airplane at some point, and they go over backwards. Like that one. That one's probably not having a good time. You start getting out of the water, that starts happening. Well, they hit, but... And, crashing in the water is one of the most dangerous things, because the water acts like concrete at high speed. So, you start getting big ships. Like, another thing is, like, people, in game will say things are slow. Slow is relative. In a sailboat, 3 to 5 knots is fast. In a warship, 3 to 5 knots is damn slow. So it all depends on what you... Where's the regular Daemon site? I don't want Daemon yachting. I want regular Daemon boats. Daemon shipyard. It always comes up with the regular one. Where are the regular Daemon boats? Why is it coming up Daemon yachts? What the fuck is it? What is up with you, YouTube, today? Oh, friggin' annoying. Like... why are we in Daemon yachting? I don't know. I can't find regular Daemon today. But, like, you look at, like, the actual speeds of real ships, like, you're talking, like, 11, 12, 15 knots for a lot of these, maybe 20. You're not talking 50 knots on these big boats. Frantic doesn't really do tutorials. Yeah, Daemon has a lot of good tutorials. We'll see you later, Rasmus. Daemon has a lot of good diagrams. Did they make boats float better? They did not change the buoyancy, let's put it that way. They don't float badly. People, again, will blame the game for their own design issues. If you design the hull correctly, it will float fine. They're not... Listen, people gave them so much shit back during the Space DLC and pressurization update that I doubt they're ever going to make any big fundamental changes to gameplay mechanics like that. The community misbehaved in such a way that they've demonstrated that the community cannot handle any sort of changes. And so if the devs learn their lesson, they're going to say, you know what, screw it. We're not going to make any fundamental physics changes because the community can't handle it. And that sucks. But the community decided they'd throw a temper tantrum instead of just being like, offering feedback and being like, guys, this is a problem, this is a problem. Instead, they literally threw death threats at them. Like, all of my boats float fine with no glitches. This is a no-glitch boat. Floats fine. Again, people will quickly say, they'll blame the game for it. It's like, that's no glitches in this boat. All right? Let me double-check this one. I don't think this one has glitches. No. This one doesn't have any glitches. Nope, these are inactivated. Those are just the smokestacks. Yeah, there's no glitch in this. Generally, the only time I use the glitches is when I make a tiny boat. A tiny, tiny boat, that's the only time I do it. This has no glitches. Floats fine. Floats realistically, floats fine. Again, if you understand how to make things work in game, you don't need the glitches. Now, I do have one of my boats has a glitch because it's supposed to be an oil tanker, and its purpose is to take on massive weights of quantity in liquid. And so it needs the extra buoyancy to be able to take on anywhere near proper quantities. This has no glitches. All right, this is all floating properly by design. It's not glitched. The 800, the T800 is glitched because, again, it's supposed to take on massive quantities of liquid, and it needs the extra buoyancy. So, like, that's the T800. This one is glitched so it can haul oil. So this one has some rocket glitches in it now. You see, I'm trying to see where the rockets are. They're in here somewhere. Just making sure this was the version that doesn't have the pivots. It used to have pivots when I first built this. It now has rocket glitch, which the rocket glitch is much better because it's much better in performance. But again, like, people will complain about this. The devs have already stated too is like, if something is if we are able to accomplish something, they tend not to want to rewrite the game for it, and it makes sense because it's like, again, people did not know how to behave themselves when they did the pressurization update. They cried and bitched and did death threats instead of just giving constructive criticism. And so, the devs aren't going to go make massive physics changes again because people are going to cry that, oh, the whole workshop's broken. And, oh, my God, I have to change all my builds. And people are going to downvote them and do downvote brigading instead of constructive feedback, see how it is, and see if it improves. And that's what happens with the community, unfortunately. And so, like, this boat has a glitch in there. You see, works fine. It would have 60 FPS, no logic, and that's because the rocket glitch. So if you want your boat to float more realistically or better, you can easily use the rocket glitch, and it has to great effect with no real performance kick at all. Try to even find them. So here, I have a rocket right here. I have a rocket right here. I think I have two in the stern somewhere. I don't even know where the hell they are. Right here. One right here and one right here. I have 4 rockets in this whole build, and it makes it as buoyant as I want. Because all I'm doing is, if this weighs 46,674, and if I delete, say, 20,000 mass, it floats as though it is 20,000 mass. So that's what the rocket glitch does. Is you're going into the XML, and you're feeding the rocket a negative value. So, like, really quick, how to do the rocket glitch. You go in here, you grab a rocket, you put it there. I go to drag my fuel to 99%, so it says 0.99, and then you make it a negative number. So you say negative 2,000. It's not 1-to-1 for weight, but you go negative 2,000, and that now takes off a certain amount of mass. And so it then reduces the overall mass of the vessel. And that's, if you want, that's how people can make airships. So like, for example, I have a test here demonstrating, let's see. I'm trying to see what the hell I called it. I think it's rescue something. So I have a little rescue boat that I have the rocket glitch on as an example right here. So this is rescue test. So this has the rocket glitch on it. As you can see, it has an absolute shitload of weight on the bottom. It's a very small boat, so it's not going to have a ton of buoyancy. But with the rocket glitch, you can get a boat that floats exactly how it would IRL. I put an absolute shitload of weight underneath. You notice it floats right where it should be. And that's with just the rocket glitch on there. So, like, if you want to work the buoyancy, you can. Now, if I were the devs, would I go back and rewrite all the buoyancy? No, because even though it's what a lot of people would want, and it would probably make the game better, the community cannot behave itself well enough to do it. They just can't. People are going to cry and bitch and downvote, and they're going to scream and cry, and they're going to have to throw a temper tantrum. And so the upside is very little. The downside is very big for the devs. So are they going to do it? Unlikely. Why? Because all you have to do is come in here, learn how to do this glitch, and you can make it work, and now it's not on the devs if it gets broken, it's on you. And so there are 2 rockets, one right here, one right here. You can do the buoyancy, whatever you want, with all the tools we have in the game. We have all the tools you need. You don't need it, but you can do it if you want. So for a boat like this that is very minimal, and I like, because it's so small, I really can't make it bigger or else it would just look funky and unproportional. Yeah, you can put a couple rockets in there and it's done, you know. So the devs are not going to make things float better. They're not going to do it. Again, the community bit them too hard. They're not going to do it. Got a crane that when pressed to rotate, it rotates until you let go and stuff's dead. Okay. How do small fishing boats move sideways? You can either use jets or you can use azipods. Azipods, I can get boats to move sideways with azipods. Or bow thrusters. I would like to get a nuclear myself, but I just haven't gone through and made what I want to make. Tripper uses coal. This is news to me. I would love some more, some small coal parts. Like, I would like to see, like, the problem we have is the coal parts are too big. So, like, I would love to have a tiny little coal boat like this big using the small pistons. The problem we have is kind of like, oh, do this. Like, these are, like, if we look at the steam parts, you start to get into a problem where, like, the boiler is the size of the boiler. We don't have a small version of the boiler. Condenser is the size of the condenser. You know, pistons, theoretically, we could get some small pistons in there. They do require quite a bit of piping, though. So, like, let's say, even if you use one piston. Firebox, the smallest firebox is this. So, like, that is the smallest size, and that weighs about 1,000, let's say, with the accoutrement. So, to be able to power that one piston, you're looking at 1,000 mass. So, like, what I would like to see is, I would like maybe, I don't know, I don't know, like, I'm trying to think how big the firebox could be. Like, say a firebox, like, maybe, oh, I don't know, that big. Like, if we had a firebox that size, we need 4 connections on there. We could have 4 connections on there. That would work for me, I think. Condenser, what do we need? We just need 2, essentially, 4 on the condenser for outlets. So, like, condenser that big, a boiler, let's say a boiler that big. If we could have, like, some small-size parts that were, like, you know, even size is a pain in the ass, so probably go 3x2s. Like, even if we could go down to that size, that would be really helpful for some small builds. I'd like to see some small steam parts, but like 3x2 I think is a reasonable size. You know, because you can put in, for example, you know, you could put in the opening there, like this, visually. They could do a little bit of detail work. That gives you all the piping you need. You know, I think that would be really nice and helpful. But some small ideas would be nice. A 6-meter boat can barely float without glitches. Let's see what I have for 6-meter boats. Let's see, what's this? That's some hyperbole there, I would say. Oh, fuck. What are you? That is 12, so something on a half size of that. So what do I have on the size? This is glitched. Brigeau, what is Brigeau running here on length? Brigeau has no glitches. Let's see what Brigeau is. I was going to say, you're going to drag or not? Brigeau is 12. So what are you talking about? A half of Brigeau. So what do I have that's small? Yes, when you get small, it's tough, but because you can't, it looks unproportional. That's the problem with small stuff. I'm trying to think what I have that's tiny. My skiffs, I have some skiffs that are pretty freaking small. I usually call them skiffs when they're this small. Like this one here is no glitch. It's unproportional. That's why, but it works. So like this is definitely within that. Let me just double check. I don't think this has any glitches. I'm going to verify. This one, I don't see a rocket in there. No rocket in this. This one is, I would say this is within. You know, the smaller stuff is tough. I would personally like to see them put a styrofoam in there. This is 4¼ meters, so this was within 6 meters. This one floats pretty well. No glitches on that. This one moves like stink, too. This is not the one I'm thinking of that moves like stink. But that's a good speed. This is like 30-something knots. Yeah, this one does move like stink. That's 30, 40 knots right there. But that is that's a 4¼ meter. Like I like to go in and try to do as much small stuff as I can. I usually call them skiff. Let's see what other skiffs I have. This micro skiff, I don't believe has anything glitch-wise. No. There's an electric micro skiff that has no glitches. Of course, I'm dropping it from fucking space. There's another one of those benches that, like, the bottom. This is another bench that needs some love at FJ. Because, like, you have. It starts in the middle. You have to drop it all the way down because the friggin' docks are so high. And then as soon as it drops below the bottom, you can, like, if you're doing submarines or tests, you can't recall it. So that's obnoxious. Oh, don't land on it, you prick. The one thing I didn't want to do. So, like, this is a no glitch boat. And it sits low, of course, but again, it's also, this is the size of a raft. You know, so it would, like, I would personally like to see more blocks. The devs said they don't want to do that, but, like, styrofoam would be cool. Like, this is what I want for blocks. I want all of our blocks in styrofoam, aluminum, and steel. Steel, of course, would be standard. Just do, like, standard weight is fine. You know, they could make them more. Like, say, for example, I don't know. Say a steel block is 2. Let's leave more there. They're at 1 mass. So let's say 1 mass. Aluminum's at 0.5 and styrofoam's at 0.25. And so, like, for example, to build boats better, I did this a bunch with my fishing boat we built recently. But, like, this, I like building these tiny little boats because it's all about design. There's no glitch going on here. And it floats pretty damn well for its size. This is, like, probably one of my smallest micro skiffs. And so, like, to build this, I lighten it up as much as I can. I use half blocks. The half blocks here, if we look, are... Where's my wedge? Right here. This is 0.5. This is at 1. So, for example, if you were able to get a 0.25 block, you would be able to make more of these boats that floated better with a styrofoam block. I would like to see that in game, personally. That way, you could get rid of doing some of this wedge work, but that's helpful to do. This is a skiff. It's the same version as the other one. Let's see. This has no glitches in it. That one floats right on the water line. This one here, I believe, does have a glitch. Let me look. This one does. Yes, this one has the glitch. So, again, would it be nice if you didn't have to use the glitch? Sure. But, again, you have the tools. You can use them. This one has no glitch. This one does have a glitch. So, it's designed to be, you know, this one's designed to be as small as you can get it and float correctly like it would IRL with a glitch. You know, so if you want it to float better, put a glitch in there. You know, so this boat, you see it's got a little bit extra buoyancy because I've got the glitch in there. Now, the problem is you get into wind, And you'd have this issue if they increased buoyancy for the most part. You add the wind, it's going to get blown around like crazy because all you're essentially doing is you're lightening it. You know, so this actually doesn't do too bad, but you know, it's getting blown around pretty handily because it's super light because it's got the glitch in it. Let's see what else we got for tiny micro boats. But I like building these micro boats. You know, the more you build them too, you realize that some of the stuff is pretty doable. Like those are all sub 6 meter boats. This one, I don't know what size this one is. This one's all fucked up at the moment. So, but yeah, you can do it. And then if you want glitch, you have the tools. The tools are there to do it. You know, so there are plenty of boats that float just fine. Just and again, just use the glitch. Yeah, like for example, like when I did my latest fishing boat, when I did this beam trawler, I did a lot on live stream about how I got this to float correctly. So there's actually quite a bit in this that did that. So for example, like a lot of the stuff up here is wedged because these are 50% the mass of these. Now I could do it even more. I could wedge out the ceiling. You can do that. The whole stern is wedged. If we can get down there. The whole stern is wedged. This makes all these blocks 50% their mass. I can't do the walls because they're integral parts, so they don't get wedged. These under here, I want solid blocks because the whole point is you're trying to shift the mass in your boat from the top to the bottom to increase stability. So you want these to be, you want it to be heavier as low as you can get it. So that's why it has weight blocks in the bottom. Get rid of this environmental shit. It has some weight blocks in the bottom. The main thing on this one, it has this moving weight in here. Heavy elements like the fish storage are low and heavy. And then as much as I can, like I lighten it up. This is wedge wall, wedge wall here. So stuff like that really helps to lighten it up. But you can do a lot with the mechanics we currently have. Yeah, I tend to be able to build most of my stuff without glitches. It's the tiny, tiny boats. You can still do it. I have plenty of skiffs, like I showed, that have that. Like, one thing I'll do is if I'm making something really tiny, like the life raft, fully enclose it. If you want to get something like this to float better and be small, fully enclose it, because this is all full of air. And that way you can get it to float better. So, there's plenty of things you can do. And then, like, literally here. The glitch takes all of 10 seconds to do. Well, we'll count it out. Starting now, this is the glitch. All right, glitch. 0.99. Okay, save. Glitch test. All right, we'll open her up. We'll do the glitch live here. Desktop. Where is it? Did I say? I thought I saved that somewhere. Stormworks. There's my shortcut. I saved my Stormworks shortcut. Where is? Why is this not showing? I gotta change my view. My view is supposed to be icons, and it's not icons. I just saved that. Did I not fucking save that 2 seconds ago? Glitch test right there. Okay. Why is my save folder not showing it? It's because it's a thing with my Windows. My Windows changed everything, of course, on me, so now my search function's fucked up. Alright, let's find the glitch. Or let's find rocket. Alright, here's solid rocket. Right nozzle right here. I changed fucking burn rate, not fuel. It's gotta be fuel. I accidentally changed the wrong one. Glitch test, save. Yes. Solid rocket. Let's find the fuel. Fuel factor, 0.99. Negative, 5,000. This should fly now. Alright, saved. Load. Glitch test. Spawn. Bye. All right, so it takes all of like a minute to do this to your build, you know, and now we have an airship, right? So I get that people want things to be realistic. Trust me, I want most things to be really realistic. The benefit with it not being realistic and the benefit of having these glitches is you can have it do whatever you want. I just made an airship there, you know, and so you can. So that's at 5,000. We go back and we change this to fuel factor negative 50 to a more reasonable level and save that. And we load the glitch test. Now we've taken off some weight. It's floating up higher. All right. You notice it's floating up more in the stern because I purposely put that off-centered. So, okay, you want it to float even higher than that. Go back in. Negative 100. So we've dropped the weight by double what we had it before. Now it's sitting up even more. All right. Let's try a little bit higher of a number, not super high, but we'll go, I don't know, 500. Because I did 5,000. 5,000 is definitely going to make it fly off into space. So, like, we have all the tools we need. You know, you can do, like, you know, but they're not going to go back and, like, let's see right there. That's a good, see? So, you can make it float however you want. You know, now, you've dropped a lot of mass off of that, so it's going to blow around more because it's like, it weighs like what a feather does. You know, but again, that's not terrible because I have a stability system on there. The fins are actually keeping me stable. So, like, we have all the tools we need to make shit float however we want. You know, we have it. So, you know, you can do that to whatever you want to make it to float however you like. You know, so it's certainly doable. And it's not hard. It's not like you're there coding for 45 minutes. You know, I've made 5 changes in what, within 5 minutes, I'd say. Yeah, but I agree. I would like to see different weights. There are issues with the game engine with block limits. I've talked to people, you know, other people who kind of know a little bit more about game design. They talk about that. Deltars have talked about it, how, like, they have to worry about the engine has issues with how many block limits you're going to have. Like, people are complaining like crazy about, oh my God, my game takes forever to load at 90%, and it might take them 35, 40 seconds. Mine usually takes 3 seconds. There's one time that it took me about 30 seconds, and it was because I was compiling a video in DaVinci Resolve. My CPU was already capped out at 100%. So likely what's happening is people have potato computer, and their computing power is not enough, and so, yes, it loads all the files required for the game, but it takes longer because the computer's not great. And I experienced that when I was utilizing my computer over 100%. How's it going there? SpaceX is life. Thank you, thank you. Alistair's back. I didn't even know you left. Yeah, but, you know, I think it would be nice to do a bunch of different masses. Like, for example, how do they do it in real life? Very simple. This boat here. I should have shut the window off, but I'll do it later. So my beam trawler, you know, I did a bunch of that. I did a bunch of these techniques to do no glitches in this. I really wanted to get it done without glitches and ended up doing it fine without glitches. But I did things like shrink the top here, lowered it down. That dropped out a set of blocks, which, like, I don't know, say that was 25 blocks. That dropped 25 mass from a high point. The higher the stuff you can cut, the better. Like, you can do a bunch of stuff. You want to give this sucker a huge diet real quick. You go like this. Okay, you count those blocks because this is high up. The higher up that you cut, the better. That right there is 25 blocks. I was guessing 25. That's good. So now what do? You find the midpoint. Find the midpoint there. All right, so 13. So there's the midpoint, right? And what you do is you make one XML block that is 25 blocks long. It only weighs 1. And so this is all nothing. There's no collision there. It's just visual. It doesn't hurt you in any way. It looks fine. It looks good. It looks the same. But now you have 1, 2, 3. It would be 3 in this case because we need the ladder pieces. But you have 3 blocks around. You put an XML block that's 25 long. And now that whole section weighs 4 instead of weighing whatever it weighs. It's 25 times 1, so it weighs 25. So it's 1/25 the weight. So if you talk about you've got 3 surfaces there we're cutting, right? That's 75 mass, right? 75 mass. So now it weighs, that whole section will weigh 3. You know, so right there, that's another way you can cut it with XML. And not have to use a glitch. But again, the glitch isn't hard to use either. Put the glitch right there in the middle, bingo, glitch, done. You know, so it's not all that much of a thing. But, like, how would they do it IRL? Okay, well, what would, like, let's say we had steel blocks. From here down would be solid steel. Then I'd go aluminum, and then I would go styrofoam, 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 all the rest of it. And now that would give me a really nice low center of gravity. That would give it good stability. It would simulate having a lot of mass. That would be, you know, really advantageous. You know, so I can concentrate the mass. And that's what I was doing with this rescue boat test, is essentially showing how if you want really good stability, you can concentrate the mass very low, and you use the glitch to essentially delete the same amount of weight. So if I add 1,000 really low, and then I delete 1,000 using the glitch, well, all I've done is I haven't changed the mass of the boat. I've moved the mass of the boat, and then I can get it to act more realistically. So, you know, it would be nice to have those parts, but, you know, I think those are reasonable explanations. The devs have made, like, they're afraid of having too many parts, and I would rather, like, personally, I would love to have all those parts, but there are limitations with the engine. And so if we look and we say we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Let's say 16 pieces that we'd have to have 3 different, we'd have to have 3 of them, right? We'd have to have the 3 different types, the steel, the aluminum, and the styrofoam, right? So 16, now it's going to be 48 pieces, right? So that's an addition, you know, of 32 parts. Well, guess what? I would rather have more parts that actually do stuff, like fluid anchors or fluid nozzles or physics blocks. If they're going to matter the same, I'd rather have 32 more blocks that do stuff, even like equipment, than have those extra things, because we can always use glitches and technique to overcome those problems. You know, because if like, let's say they said 500 is the maximum amount of blocks we could have, I would rather them spend that on cool blocks than to give me styrofoam in every shape, you know. You know, they could cut that down by saying, okay, what we're going to do is this one block here, we're going to make 3 versions of this. That's it. And so, yeah, you got to put some steel when you do any sort of curve. You need steel blocks, but these come in 3 different flavors. And so all of your corners are going to be steel, and all of your interior section can be styrofoam or aluminum. And that way, that will cut it down to adding 3 extra blocks instead of adding, you know, 32 extra blocks. Yeah, custom-built boilers would be cool. Heat exchangers as condensers. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, like the small fishing boat challenge I had. Let's bring that up. You know, like part of the reason I do no glitches on these in my challenges is I want people to, you know, again, you know, people will go watch Reddit. They'll go on Steam, and they'll hear all day of people. And I'm not saying you're saying the 69, but like, they'll see people saying that X, Y, and Z is impossible. Like, you can't sink a boat. And they believe it instead of going and testing it for themselves or listening to somebody else who actually shows them that it does work. And so a lot of this stuff is foreign to people, which makes sense. But, you know, if you kind of look for the solutions that will work. Like, let's see, where's my build submissions here? Come on, drag. My God, Discord, keep you any more of a pain in the ass half the time? All right, let's go. Yeah, so like looking at the little fishing boat challenge, like there are some small boats that use none of them use glitches, but there are some small boats that floated quite well. Like we have Citrus's Nautics Star there. We got a poop for Alistair here. For Alistair's, what was yours called again? I can't remember the name off the top of my head. I can't remember what cheesecake. Phil's floated a little bit funky. because it was tiny, tiny, tiny. But most of those worked fine. Let's see if I'm going to quickly grab Citrus's, because Citrus's was floating a little bit lower because he did really thin profile on his. And there are some quick and easy things he could do to even change that I was talking to him about. That, like, here's the Nautic Star. This was, I think this was my favorite, if I remember. So like that, you see it sits a little bit low in the water. So there are some things he could do, like, without glitches. Like, let me see. He's got wedges in there already. So he's wedged out. You know, he's got some wedges in there already to do it. Like, I personally don't think it would be an issue on this boat to raise it one. Like, for example, come in here. Yeah, it's going to be a little uglier than what you could do if you took some time. But, like, we'll just get this to float a little bit differently. Cut that real quick. You know, like, just adding one extra set of block in here, you can really kind of get this, you know, again, I'm just kind of doing it super dirty here, but, like, and you make these half blocks, you could add one set of height, and I don't think it ruins the overall lines all that much, and you can get quite a bit of performance gain on floating. But again, then at the end of the day, if you don't care about, like, the glitch doesn't hurt your fifis to use, then just use it, you know? I don't think the devs have the stomach for going back and making big changes. The community showed that they are not mature enough to deal with it, you know? They're just not, you know? And so, like, that change in height on... Now, of course, you know, you'd angle it and make it look good. But that change in height does not ruin Citrus's boat by any stretch of the imagination. And that adds a considerable amount of buoyancy to the build. And so, like, that little bit of addition there would probably keep his deck from getting water on it. And it's really not that much of a change, you know, visually. It's going to be in the water. You're never going to see it anyway. It doesn't really affect things in a really negative way. Let me catch up a chat. I'm trying to catch up. And then let's go ahead and... how much time we've been going here? My back's starting to go out again. But let's load it up. Thank you, Marwayne Von Longbonga. That's a good name. I like that. Glad you're finding them helpful. Yep, glad you're finding them helpful. Yep, fiberglass, rubber, plastic, metal, wood. Like, that's, I think, the devs have talked about it in passing to a little extent. They addressed it somewhat about the reason why, and, like, you know, I don't know anything about software development, but my understanding from talking to people who do is that, you know, there are a lot of reasons why you get block limits. There's a lot of reasons why a developer would want to keep the file size of their game to be reasonably small and not have it be way, way, way oversized. And so it often seems to me that that's part of the impetus of this, is by adding extra blocks, you increase the file size. The devs are really... You know, like Delta has talked about, like, he really does not want to increase the minimum specs for the game for obvious reasons, because, you know, somebody buys the game with a potato that barely meets minimum specs, and then you change the minimum specs, and now they have a computer that doesn't even run the game anymore, the game that they bought. And so that's so now the game that you used to be able to run no longer runs. That is not good in general to do, and most developers seem to be very much afraid of doing that because they literally take somebody who bought the game and they can't play anymore. Now, I think we all realize that at some point you need to upgrade your computer. At some point, you know, if you want games to be better, you need to get a better computer to run them. And so, as the game gets more complex, as more blocks are added, just adding more blocks can make it where you no longer can run the game. Like, one thing that absolutely 100% will change from the minimum specs is how many gigabytes the install file is. And so that could change. And somebody's like, oh, I used to have enough. I can't even download the game anymore. And so that's a problem. The other one is RAM, is a lot of these blocks are going to have to be in RAM storage when they're on your build. So if you add 25 new blocks to the game and your build now has all 25 of those blocks, likely you're going to take a RAM or a CPU or both hit. And so now the minimum specs go up. And so a lot of devs hate to do that. And so that's, I think, part of the reason why, like, they try not to add too many blocks if they can. And the other thing is having some in reserve. For example, like, there were some blocks they had to add to fix changes in the game. Like, for example, the new map icon block. They put that on because in order to do, not just space, it came with space, but it was a base game thing, was, you know, I used to take out Triton, and you couldn't take any of the boats more than 2 kilometers or even less sometimes away from Triton, or else they despawn. So of course that's not a good mechanic. You want to be able to take your parasite craft as far away as you want, and so they have to spawn as separate entities. And so it came with space, even though it wasn't, I would say, because of space necessarily. Came with space because if you drop your SRBs, you want to be able to put them on a parachute and then go recollect them. You don't want them to just despawn and disappear. Because you lose them. And so that was one of the reasons they stated they did that, essentially. And so, you know, the benefit of that is now I can spawn all my boats together with Triton, and they all work independently. The issue then is we need a new block to be able to, you know, have them not show, to essentially dictate which block you want to be the main body. You know, when they did the pressurization update, which is actually one of my favorite major updates, you know, they had to add two filter pieces, essentially the pressure, the liquid and the gas relief valves. They added a new fluid port, which I think was a good thing. So there's 2 new parts plus. Oh, what else did they add? I'm trying to think. Trying to think from pressurization. That might have been it for pressurization. But then they had space. They added the RCS clusters, which there are many of those. They added all the rocket parts, SRBs, and liquid fuels. They added astronomy sensors. So they added, like, let's say, dozen parts between some of these major updates. You know, it starts taking a toll where you might not be able to run it on your old machine anymore. And so that's one of the stated reasons why they kind of get fearful of adding more parts, you know. Yeah, I think, like, what they could do is, like, kind of what I said, is instead of adding, like, all 16 blocks in all materials, just do the standard block in, say, I don't think we need 5 materials. I think we need 3 materials is fine. You know, do a steel. Steel weighs 1. Do a aluminum. Aluminum weighs 0.5. Do a styrofoam. Styrofoam weighs 0.25 or 0.1 even. Like, make styrofoam super light. That would be great for example, every airplane would be aluminum or styrofoam. When I did the ultralight challenge, you know, you could build some of your parts out of styrofoam, and that would be really helpful. You could build other parts out of, like, the heaviest parts on your ultralight are probably going to be aluminum. No steel on there whatsoever. Your trucks are going to probably have steel chassis and aluminum steel frames and aluminum chassis. The construction vehicles, make them all out of steel because the added weight is helpful. Boats, again, steel in the bottom, aluminum in the midsection, styrofoam up high. You know, that I think would be great, you know, because then you can get realistic center of gravities, you can get realistic buoyancy by essentially dropping the mass down, and then it really doesn't screw with things. And you're only adding actually 2 new blocks. You make the standard block steel, then you add just the 1 square. Don't do wedges, don't do any of that bullshit. Make us make all of our wedge pieces out of steel. But then you're able to cut the flat sections out and put them in with aluminum and styrofoam. That way we literally only add 2 new blocks. That's it. And the only thing it changes is their mass. That's it. I think that would be really helpful. because there are a lot of blocks I would like to see in game, and I don't want them to hit an arbitrary limit because they decided to have 400 different types of mass, blocks of different materials. Yep. For example, one of the blocks I've been wanting for a long time is a pivot that shows its current position, so that I don't need to use the bigger ones. I would love to see a small pivot that passes through RPS. I would love that. That'd be great. I would love to see a velocity pivot that passes through RPS. I want to do that for 360 azipods. Yeah, the whole reason I do, I might do an unlimited type of build at some point where people can do glitches and shit, but a big part of it is, for so long I saw people being like, this is impossible, this is impossible, this is impossible, until they did it. And part of the reason why, for example, I do all modular engines for pretty much for the build challenges now is so many people thought, modular engines were the hardest thing and they would never be able to figure them out. Not to mention I had a bunch of tutorials showing you how to do it. But there were some really, really good builders who only used the old school engines because they didn't know how to use modulars. And then you learn how to use modular and you realize it's so much better in every way, and then that's what you use from now on. It's like, when I made people, for example, the rule I added, you have to do all your own microcontrollers, nothing from the workshop. People would just download a transmission from the workshop, and then their build would have problems because they didn't know how to make it work right, because they didn't build it themselves. And guess what? Then they took the time to watch my tutorial. They learned how to use it, and now they know how to make tutorials for the rest of. They know how to make transmissions for the rest of their lives, and it makes you learn how to do these things. Like what 454 doesn't use modulars. Yeah, modular is better in every friggin' way. I can't think of a single way. You can put all the connections wherever you want them. You can easily change the size. For example, the semi-miners, right? I increased the semi-miners drill speed by adding 8 cylinders. All I had to do was move a couple blocks. I was able to add 8 cylinders. I didn't change anything else, and now the build has greatly increased performance. If you did that with a regular engine, you'd have to clear out half the build to be able to add that extra engine. You can supercharge them. You can do all sorts of cool things. You can go around corners. You can, you can put them in tiny little places. Really, really cool stuff you can do with modulars. Transmissions, so many people were like, oh my god, all the engines sound like weed whackers. No, they don't. They sound like weed whackers if you run them at a weed whacker's RPS. Let me see what a weed whacker runs at. Let's see. Weed whacker RPM. Let's see. We just answer. 12,000 RPM. So 12,000 divided by 60. That's 200 RPS. Literally, you would have people saying, oh, I can't get my engine up over 100 RPS. Oh my god, dude. The sound, the amount of sound that would destroy my ear canal is insanity. I can't even imagine it. I was going to fly over there and make one, but I don't want to hear the sound. And so many people were like, all the engines in stormworks sound like weed whackers. No, they don't. Did it sound like a weed whacker when I just drove over my truck? No, it's running at 7 RPS. It sounds like a normal engine. And the reason is it has an 18-speed transmission in there. And so by, sometimes you force people to do these things, they then realize, oh, that wasn't hard. And of course, they're none of us like to do something that's hard if we can avoid it. So when you force somebody to do something hard, you now learn, oh, that's not as hard as I thought. And then it gives you some confidence that you say, oh, remember when I thought that this was super hard and I did it and it's fine, it's not hard anymore? I'll try this thing. And then you, whoa, I know this now. Now I'm actually pretty smart. I can do these things. And so it gives people that confidence. That's why those rules are in my challenges now is for that specific reason, This is filling really fast now, so. Starting to build up jet again. Jet? Jet. Diesel. Okay, jet and diesel. I wish I had another hose. I'm gonna go take a quick coffee break. I gotta use the. Why am I in display cap again? I'm gonna go take another quick coffee break. I'm gonna be back and forth on coffee break quite a bit. I gotta get coffee, use the facilities. I'll be right back. All right, I have returned. Let's catch a little bit of just chat here. What? Alistair is asking the tough question. When am I thinking of the next challenge? I'm not going to do it until Big Man's is done. His goes for another 8 days, so I'm thinking of it after that. Yeah, but definitely I'm going to let Big Man's finish up first. This jet is moving fast. It says diesel. I need to change this so it can be jet fuel too. Do I have any crane builds? Nothing really. Oh, shit. Why? I thought I clicked that off. Thought I clicked the cover screen off. Do I have any crane builds? Nothing released. I am trying to finish up the crane. I want to release that, the one that I use in the multiplayer series all the time that Rasmus is now the king of. But, you know, yeah, I'd like to get that released at some point. That one's getting close to being finished. I don't like to release stuff unless they're really, like, up to my standards. I don't want 900 messages of like, this is broken, this is broken, this is broken. I like to do tutorial videos on them so that I don't get 900 questions about like, how do you release the magnet? You know, so I want a good comprehensive tutorial video and I want comprehensive workshop page. And so that stuff all takes time. Hopefully eventually I'll get that crane out. I want to do a crane tutorial. A lot of that stuff is pretty hard for people to understand. A lot of people don't put their game on high physics, and then they say that you need to add weight. I've literally, like, there are some really good builders, they do this, and it works for them, so there's no problem. But, you know, they always tell everybody add weight to all their appendages, and I've never had to do that because I put my physics on high. And, like, you could download one of my builds that works great, and you put it on low physics, and it's going to run like shit. Because, again, you're telling the game, I don't want my game to run well. You know, so, you know, I put a disclaimer on all my builds now is game should be run on high at all times. Because it's like, you know, it's like, especially with cranes and stuff like that, it can be problematic if you don't. wonder if I can synth wave this sucker up here. All right, let's go ahead and I want to head to the new area real quick. This is more than enough, so let's take this. Let's go ahead and grab you. I need to label these better. Fill the tanks up here. Yeah, that's what I'm probably thinking for the next challenge. I don't know what it's going to be yet. I don't even know what it's supposed to be. What are we on? What did we do last? Can't even freaking remember. Are we back to sea? I can't remember. I was thinking of throwing train in there at some point, but I wanted to get T-bis out before I do a train, so you guys can use T-bis. Yeah, I loved your build, Citrus. You know, it was great. Just you know, that was even my thing. Is like I have no problem with the water washing over the deck. It doesn't bother me all that much. But it's like if somebody wanted to do that, that's how you do it. You know, you can, you know, easily add a little bit on the base, and it will fill up. You know, and it will give you a good bit of buoyancy. Yep. Instead of calling a bad computer potato, I'll call it an Alistair's. Pharaoh Birdie, how are you? Nope, no interest in mods. Not interested. Not interested. I played with them before, no interest in it. Like, even like Kerbal, I was trying to get back into Kerbal and I downloaded like 15 mods and installed them and I was like, holy shit, why did I get into this again? I'm not interested in mods. Like, there are certain games where I like to mod and there's other games I don't want to mod. I have no desire to mod in this game. Yeah. I can do everything I want in vanilla. Like, a lot of those games you need a mod because you cannot tailor the gameplay to the way you want in those games. For example, Kerbal. I cannot make a cockpit have gauges where I want them. I cannot make interactable gauges in the cockpit in Kerbal. But I can use a mod that allows me to do that because somebody built the cockpit with those interactable gauges. For example, there's something in Kerbal that I downloaded called Trajectories. Trajectories takes into account the aerodynamic drag so that it will show you where your craft will touch down based on the aerodynamic drag. And so I need that, for example, if I'm making a shuttle that doesn't have engines and lands via gliding, I need to know where I'm going to end up. And so in stormworks, I can build that myself. I can make a microcontroller that will show me my trajectory. And so I don't need the mod to do that. And so there are some games I like mods, there are other games I don't. I won't touch them. Especially, I'm releasing things to the community. I'm not putting a bunch of mods on it. Not happening. You know, like I did Dale's mod pack, and the SU-25 had mods on it, and I deleted them all off and did it. And then the other thing, too, is you end up becoming dependent on the mods. So, like, if a game has full mod support where everybody could easily go get the mods and it wasn't a big pain in the ass, and, you know, it would be one thing. But it's like, if the game doesn't have official mod support, I'm not doing it. We'll see you later, Chris. There's like what specifically 69 is your cooling issue? Because I can probably make a cooling system that works for your boat if you have a specific thing. You know, like you know, I'm using pretty much at this point for all my boats, I use heat sinks. I don't have a lot of them. I generally don't use electric pumps. I'm usually using impellers at this point. And I have very little to no problem with the cooling. Like the fishing boat, it uses one engine. It's an 8-cylinder 3x3. I think I have, I'll look at it, 5, 6 at most heat sinks, all running off, I believe, impellers. They're all impellers. And after about an hour, I need to lose 0.25 knots, so a quarter knot, and it will maintain, and it will never overheat. It's got overheat protection on it. But like if you have specific questions on like what you need fixed on cooling, like we can help you out. Because like really, I have no issue with cooling. Like cars are a piece of cake to cool. Boats, planes can be challenging because you're always at full throttle and you're at high load. But planes can be some of the most challenging because if you're building a small plane that's fast, that has a high RPS, and you're running, like I run 9-to-1s on most of my planes, or 1-9s. I run 1-9s on most of my planes, so they have very, very high load. They can have some heat issues, but again, a lot of people assume in an airplane you go balls to the wall all the time. In a Cessna 172, yeah, you can go balls to the wall the whole time. You can, and let me show you what balls to the wall means if people don't know. See, and we're just waiting here for fuel anyway, so let's see. Let's see, DC-3 cockpit. Especially the older airplanes are a little bit better to see here. Here's a DC-3. All right, here's a DC-3. So see how all the control handles have balls on them? All right. Balls to the wall is not a testicle reference. Balls to the wall is these. These are the balls on your, it would be mixture prop throttle. So mixture prop throttle. Yeah, I don't know why the T's on there. That's weird. But here's mixture, probably prop throttle. And so you have these balls on your different levers. And so what balls to the wall means is, let's say you're coming up to a mountain. You need to get over this mountain. You go balls to the wall. The wall is the firewall here. So there's your firewall. And so you push the balls all the way up to the wall. So when you need to get over that mountain, you go full mixture, full prop, full throttle. Full mixture will give you the maximum amount of fuel. Full prop will give you the lowest blade pitch, which will allow you to spin up your engines. And throttles will give you max manifold pressure. And so you push your mixture, prop, and throttle all the way to the firewall. You just push them all up. That's balls to the wall. So anyways, airplanes, like people think you go balls to the wall all the time. You don't. In a Cessna 172, it's a trainer. It's designed to go balls to the wall the whole time. The only ball it really has is the throttle. You have a mixture on there, but a screw mixture. But you know, you can do that in small trainers. You don't do that in big airplanes like this. If you pushed all these up to the wall for more than like probably 30, 40 seconds, you'd probably destroy your engines or severely damage your engines. You don't do it for a long period of time. So most people in game, they just rev their throttle all the way up all the time. And then they say, oh, I overheat. IRL, what you would do is you would be bringing back your throttle, you would be bringing back your pitch of your props, which would be increasing the bite, giving you greater efficiency, and you also bring back your mixture to lean it out as you go up. And so that's pretty normal. You don't just go max speed all the time. You'll burn your engines up. You'll literally burn your engines up. And so a normal thing to do is by increasing the pitch of your propeller, you're putting on more load, which will then slow down your engine, which will cause you to burn less fuel, which will cause your temperature to drop. And so you can still achieve like good 200 knot speeds at high efficiencies and not create that much heat. And then when you go to land, you're going to push everything back up again. When you land, balls to the wall for a landing. You do move your throttle, but the props and the mixture go full forward on a landing. You might keep your mixtures cracked a little bit, depending on your altitude, and if you don't want to foul up your plugs too bad. All right, let's go ahead and let's see here. All right, I think we're full. We're definitely full, so let's go ahead and get out of here. All right. Yeah, so even on an airplane, like understanding, like a lot of people, like I see have problems with cooling on airplanes. I ask them what the gearing is. And I do this on purpose because generally the answer is I don't have any gearing. And that's your first problem is you're taking no advantage of mechanical advantage. You know, I usually run 1.9, so my propeller is turning 9 times what my engine is turning. And so that's getting huge mechanical advantage out of your engine. It is loading your engine way up, but it's really helping. So like I have some planes that are tiny with pretty small motors that go really fast, and it's because of that. The other thing is prop pitch. A lot of people are doing fixed pitch propellers. I do constant speed propellers. So I set the RPM I want. It automatically modulates the propeller like it would in a real complex airplane. That is going to help load up the engine and drop the RPS, giving me much greater efficiencies, both in fuel and in temperature creation. You know, I'm running pretty much all my cooling setups at this point using an impeller, a small impeller. And the reason is that at around 5 to 7 RPS, you're getting massive flow rates with, you know, with very little power taken off of your engine. So you're putting in like a tiny bit of power from the engine, and you're getting really good flow rates. Like I very rarely use the electric radiators. I just use the old school radiators because I like the look of them, and I get really good cooling on my airplanes. You know, and I actually kind of like to leave them where if I, you know, like I said, I just showed you like with the DC3, you would burn that DC3 up if you went full throttle. Like even in turboprops, you'll burn your turboprop up. You'll burn your jet turbine up. Like we could push our engines up to 110%. We could, well, let's not even talk about that, but we could push our engines up to 110%. I think we could only do it for 20 seconds, and then we had to pull them back, or else we'd damage the engines. Takeoff thrust on an airplane, like if you've ever been in a jetliner and you hear once they get off the ground a little bit, you hear the engines pull back. That's to protect the engines from getting destroyed, because takeoff thrust is going to eventually destroy your engines. So you don't keep your engines on takeoff thrust. We would take our engines off takeoff thrust in the first 200 feet. As soon as we hit 200 feet, we would take our engines off takeoff thrust. They go back to climb thrust, which is reduced down to like, I think 90%. So we pull them from 100 down to 90 because we burn the engines up and would cause damage to the engines. And so stuff like that happens IRL. So like, you know, the notion that you're going to always be at full throttle is just not what's going to happen, you know. What are you, 10, 586, and 188. Yep. Okay, the jet didn't go through. The fuck happened to my diesel? That's fucking weird. That's weird, man. Well, I did that. That could be reset because I actually used it in something, but I don't think so. People have been reporting that there are some issues with pumps, which I tend to believe. Yeah, 69. If you have any like specific problems, go ahead and put them on the Discord, because it's easier. Like I talked about this in that syncing video. Is like if you have a specific problem, like for example, you know, hey, this is my build, this is what my cooling system looks like, this is what my RPS is, this is what my gearing looks like, this is what my cooling looks like, I'm trying to hit 200 knots and I'm overheating, could somebody help me? You got a lot of people who will now be able to go and tick off those problems and help you. If you just say that, you know, I can't cool my plane, well, one, people don't know what your objective is. What is your objective? Is your objective to run at full throttle at all times, going 300 knots, screaming, and be able to keep it under fire, essentially, so it doesn't catch on fire? You might not be able to do that because, for example, you know, you're running at too high of an RPS, you're never going to be able to get down. And that is reasonable. Again, like I said, I showed you all those examples. You're not going to be able to run most airplanes balls to wall all the time and survive. But if you put all that information out to people and they say, okay, well, listen, you're not running any gearing, try this 1.9. And then by doing the 1.9, you go from 30 RPS down to 10. Well, now that's greatly increased the chance that you're going to be able to cool. Okay, we're already down on fuel. All right, that makes sense. We were almost out of diesel because I used it. It was the jet fuel that didn't make any friggin' sense. This one updated. That's been the thing, is they're not updating properly until you do something to them. And so when I filled that, the number went down. So this is what we really have. We took out a ship, and I think we used up most of that fuel. So we'll move some of that diesel over. You know, so like when you have specific questions you need answered, or, you know, objectives you want to do, that's much easier to solve for. So that's always what I recommend, is like come up with like exactly what you're looking to do. Like, this is how fast I'd like to go, and not catch on fire. This is, you know, this, or the other thing. These are the things I want to accomplish, because then you have people who they can solve your problems, you know. And that's what people tend to enjoy in this game, is solving those engineering problems. And so, you know, people are more likely to help if you have a specific problem you want solved, because it's a challenge for them to do it and they want to do it. If it's just like I get somebody's like, my boat doesn't work, and that's all they say, and it's like, okay, well, what do you want from me? Like, what do you mean it doesn't work? It doesn't float right. It floats on its side. The engines don't work. It's not as fast as you'd like. It catches on fire. Like, if you start to like check off the boxes of like, it does this, 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 and this, and I want it to do this, 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 and this, then people can jump on board and start trying to help. So the numbers are not updating right. These are going in, I believe, but the numbers are not updating right. Let me do a quick test here. Let's try something here. Let's do a test, because people have been talking about the numbers not updating. We'll do a little test. So like I'm gonna go to and deliver some of this jet fuel in one of my planes, and I'll kind of show you some of the things for my cooling. You know, I don't use electric for any cooling right now. No electric cooling in any of my builds that I can think of. Yeah, definitely much better after the pressurization update. Like, you know, a lot of people were acting like, you know, the pressurization update didn't do anything beneficial, and like the cooling was huge. All right, so like let's look at this. 10,586, 188. Let's despawn this. We have mostly jet fuel in here. Now so this could be screwed up because I do have a diesel spawner in there, and it might be trying to read it as diesel, but I don't think so. It should read its jet fuel in there. But let's despawn this. So that's like just shy of 18. Okay, let's despawn that. That should go in the base. This could be the update issue. So now it's showing nothing, right? So let's save this. See this changed the number there? This, I would say, is the correct number. I think they have a delay in update. So let's say fuel update. Check. All right. Fuel update check. Let's do that. All right, let's load the fuel update check. You know, if something like this happens and you legitimately lose fuel, it is not a big deal. And I'll show you why. You know, it sucks at the time. It seems like, oh, fuck, the game's broken. I just wasted all my time. That's usually why people get all butthurt about this, and it's understandable. But first thing, take a breath. Most of these problems are very easily solvable. And you could solve the problem, and then you don't have to friggin' stress about it. All right, so like, okay, so let's say we lost 18,000 jet. Oh my God, I just wasted all that time. Life is pain and suffering and torture, and oh my God. You know, so all that bullshit that we don't need to get into, essentially. So grab some tanks. Let's see if we can fix it this way. What did I just do? I thought I just deleted you, you son of a bitch. Okay. Jet fuel full. Let's I forget the numbers here. Yeah. It's not gonna show me right now. So go in here. All right. Go to custom menu. Custom menu should always be on anyways. Go to infinite resources. All right, now spawn it. All right, that's gonna spawn it without charging you any fuel from your system. All right, that is 696. So do 18 divided by 696. So take about 25 of those. We're not going to do it with these tanks, but the theory is you do this. You go ahead and you spawn one of these, right? That's 696. Now you go in and you take off infinite resources. Now you have that there, and you should be able to despawn it into your base. I've done this before. It does work. Whether or not we're having a problem now with the information updating is yet to be seen. That could possibly be happening. But you see, that went in. So if you ever have this problem, instead of fretting and getting like butthurt about it, it's really not a big deal. You come in over here, go back in here. We'll grab the fuel truck. All right, let's go ahead and... I actually want to get rid of the spawner anyway. I'm trying to figure out which one it is, this one. I want to get rid of that spawner anyway. Typical. All right, let's grab a spawner. All right, jet fuel. See where that is. I've turned off infinite. Here. Put resources back on. Spawn it. Okay. So if you ever lose fuel like this, don't lose heart. Just friggin' relax. There's about 22.9. Okay, let's despawn it. Let's look at the numbers here. We have 882 and 2350. Shut infinite resources off. Despawn. All right, there's our fuel that we lost. All right, so it's not a big deal if this happens. It's like, it literally takes you a couple seconds to fix. Just like do that and bingo, you're good again. Now, the test I'm curious about is, let's save this as this one. And what I'm going to do is I'll load this save up later and see if those ever adjust, because I think it is some sort of calculation issue we're having. Somebody reported this. I did read the bug report that they're not reading correctly. It's supposedly in there. They're just not reading correctly. So I don't know. You know, one test we could do is if we go to this one here and you try to pump into an empty tank and see if you can exceed how much is in there. But like the custom menu, I recommend everybody just put it on the game. It's so much. It fixes so many of these problems. Like, you could get all pissed off. Like, oh my god, I just stood over there and pumped all this jet fuel. And oh my god, the game's broken. And oh my god, the game's barely playable. Or you could just like take a breath and be like, oh, it's shorted me 18,000 liters of jet fuel. Okay. Bingo, bango, bomb, bomb. Okay, I've got 18,000 liters of jet fuel. Okay, move on with your day, you know. So there's 188. So let's see. Let's grab a tank. Come on, cursor. Give. You know, so it's like, having a little fit is never really helpful. I do it myself sometimes, but it's like, having the fit is really generally not all that helpful. You know, just kind of solving the problem and enjoying it is better. All right, so it shows we have 188 liters of jet fuel. Now, I think it is just a read problem. So what we're going to do is drag that to not. All right, so we should be able to, if we have more than 188 liters, we should be able to pump more than 188 liters out of there. It says 188. All right. So we'll see. If it goes beyond that, we know that it is likely just a numerical issue in there. If it doesn't, then we know it's something's not right with it calculating. Because essentially what's happening, I think, with these is if you go under... I have no clip off, but no clip back on. So like if you go under here, they're actual vehicles, and these are like infinite storage cans that have... You notice they're just regular tanks. They magic them up with a max value that's huge, likely. And so it should just be adding that value in there. So like it said we had 188 liters in there. We're already at 193. We'll see what happens when this hits 0. But, you know, you see the numbers are off. So something is up where it's not reading the numbers right. Again, not worth freaking out about. You can, again, you fix it if you're shorted fuel. Like I was shorted a ton of fuel because of the fact that I had to make a new save, all I did was turn on infinite resources when I spawned some of my big ships. And now I've used up the amount of fuel that I should have had when I went fishing. So I just gave myself a full tank of fuel at 23,000 liters. And now I feel like I have everything that I was shorted. And now I just make all the fuel, you know. So we're at 214 at sub 188. You know, so likely there's some sort of error in the files there. So again, I don't think it's a huge deal. You know, see, we're still going here, so see what happens when we hit 0. Slowing down pretty considerably, so it might run us out, but you can see there's some sort of issue with this, with the numbers. But again, just spawn something with infinite resources, despawn it right back into the base, and it gives you the fuel. You know, so you ever get in that situation, it takes you a couple seconds to fix it, and there's no need for frustration. Because again, you know, you don't want to be playing this frustrated. There's no point. It ruins the fun. Just do the things you need. Like, you didn't steal anything. You got it correctly. You know, so just give it to yourself, and you fixed it in 2 seconds. You know, they used to have this stuff in Farming Sim where, like, oh my god, I accidentally bought a tractor. Now if I sell it back, I get 80%. It was an accident. I pressed the wrong button. Oh my god, I've ruined my save. And they had a thing where you could buy a tractor at negative value as a mod. And so it'd give you $100 every time you press the button. You just press the button until you get all your money back. So yeah, it looks like that is zeroed out now. So yeah, if you ever need to do that, just go ahead and you know, turn on infinite resources, spawn a tank of fuel, despawn it, and bingo, you got your fuel. Oh, because it relies on the mod maker. And so when a mod gets broken and they don't fix it, now it fucks it up. And with XML, well, there is a big difference with XML. If I put an XML edited build on the workshop, it's XML edited and works. So here, let's find something with XML. Let's grab Citrus's again. Citrus has a bunch of XML on here. I don't have my game modded. I download Citrus's boat. Citrus's boat is exactly how Citrus made it. All the XML pieces on here are already done because they're using the default pieces from the game, and the file, the XML file, tells it what shape to be. All right. So this is me downloading something off the workshop that's XML edited, and it is exactly how the creator intended it to be. All right. If I download something, I think I might still have it. Let's see. Try to find one of the old ones. So I had Thales mod pack in this. I think I might have changed them all. I might have it named as Frogfoot, the older version. Do I have anything that's modded out? I think I deleted all my modded stuff. So anyways, I had a, you know what? I think the, what the hell is the name of that? Sandy. Sky Raider. Sky Raider, I had a modded version of Sky Raider. Sky Raider thinning backup. So I had Thales mod pack on the Sky Raider. That's fucking too old. Sky Raider gear, tail wheel, cockpit work. Let me see. I have one of these with Thales. Okay, here it is. This is what happens when you have mods and the mod doesn't get updated, or the mod, you don't have the mod in there. So without the mod in here, I'm missing shit. Those are all Thales gauges. So Thales gauges are gone because I don't have Thales Aviation Mod Pack installed anymore. And so because I don't have that installed anymore, if somebody downloads this from the workshop, they are missing pieces because the pieces do not exist. All right. If something's XML edited like Citrus's, it comes in the state that it should be. That's the difference between mods and XML. And so I don't want to have to keep up with 28 mods, and I would rather play vanilla with this personally. You know, there are also a ton of problems with mods, like I said, with Kerbal, where like Citrus's build is going to work unless the devs change something fundamental to the game that causes like the way he's set things up to work. Like, let's look at Citrus's build in the editor. All of this stuff is XML. This is XML right here. That's XML. That's XML on the other side. That's XML. That's XML. That's XML. All right, these are all XML pieces in here. That's right there. I can't find them. They're right there. That's XML. All these XML pieces are fine. They all work. That's XML. These are XML. So all those things work, and when I spawn it, because they're parts innately in the game, they're still in the exact same state they should be. That's kind of the difference to me, is I don't need to download some mod pack. I don't have to worry about somebody doing it. I don't have to go on some sketchy website and download some file that could be fucked up, as I used to get viruses all the time from mods that, you know, they would put them on another mod site and they would add their bot or their phishing thing onto it, you know. Since you're on your oil rig, can you show us an all-in-one design, maybe? I'll look. I'm in my career game. Let me see if I can find one here. I won't be able to spawn it, but I should be able to look at it. I tend not to like an all-in-one design now, but it's here. Let me see if I can find it. I thought I did a tutorial with an all-in-one. Pretty sure I did. Fuck off. I gotta go somewhere where I can use it here. Let me just no clip over here and do it. I can show you it here. I can't spawn. I'm not gonna spawn it, but I can show you it. So this is an all-in-one design here, I believe. Yes, this is an all-in-one design, and I went away from this. So, for example, to pump, you need the swivel pumps. So here is the pump jack on top of the swivel. All right, and so what I use is I have a couple pumps. I have dual linear tracks. So here's a linear track here, large linear track. Here's a large linear track here. As you can see, the pumps go into the linear track on the liquid side of the linear track, and then the pumps come out the back side of the linear track. So there are the two pumps for pumping slurry in and out. And then oil is a third linear track. As you can see, we have the oil on this third linear track. It's pumped into the third linear track. Oil comes out the third linear track there. Oil goes into the oil tank, and then it's pumped into the fractioning system here. So that's an all-in-one system. You know, the problem is we're paying for all of this garbage I don't need, and it stays in the world. So it's more resource intensive, and a lot of stuff stays in the world. So, for example, all these drills, we paid for them, whatever they cost. They're sitting in the world. All these drilling apparatuses and stuff, all the stuff that I don't need, all the slurry sits in the world, slurry cleaner if you're cleaning your slurry. All that stays in the world when I don't need it. So I went to a system. My new system is two different. So I drill. This is how light the drill is. The drill consists of a couple slurry tanks, a drilling platform. It does not pump anything. Like, for example, we'd be paying for this electric motor, and we're not going to use it again, right? So there's no point in paying for that. And then, so after I drill, I go ahead and I put on my cap here, and my cap only has what it needs. It has a stationary pumping rig, which, because it's stationary, I can put a faster pumping apparatus on it. I can have a new oil storage. For example, my drilling rigs don't store oil anymore. You know, just my pumping rigs. And that's how they do it IRL. They take all the parts they used to drill and they ship them somewhere else to drill a new hole, and then they bring in their pumping rigs, you know, and the pumping rig stays there. And then when the well runs dry, they pull their pumping rigs and send them somewhere else. So hopefully that makes sense, Chris. Yeah. They've already said that their next game, they're going to be adding mods. They're not going to rewrite this game to add mods. They're not going to do it. It's not going to happen. Again, the community showed that when the devs change anything big, the community throws a temper tantrum. So they're not going to do it again. Yeah. Adding mod support after the game is already out is for this long is a problem. You There are a lot of negatives with mods as well. You fraction the community. You fracture the community. So, for example, like I don't really give a shit personally about the public multiplayer servers for this game, but you can't run mods in the public multiplayer servers because you're not going to be able to spawn your stuff unless the server has all those mods loaded in and updated. And so it's fine for a private modded game. The other thing, too, is like we did modded farming sim. And so everybody who joined had to have the mods. I forget who it was. Maybe it was Citrus. Like one of the mods, it worked fine for me, but Citrus, it wouldn't work for him. So he couldn't join the game. So I had to get rid of one of the mods so that Citrus could join the game. You know, so that's a problem. You got to worry about going on third-party websites to download this shit. And that's not great either. When the devs make a change to the game and it changes any of what the mods rely on, it breaks the mods. And then the community boos and hoos and says, oh my god, I gotta wait for everybody to update my mods. And so they blame the developers and they blame the mod developers because their mods aren't working anymore. And so generally, like what's good with a modded type of game, like a game that's set up for modding from the beginning, I think works pretty well. Like if we go to Kerbal, you know, Kerbal is pretty much established well with mods at this point. So you go to Kerbal and you go to properties on Kerbal. You can go to betas. And if you look at betas, I can go to any of these versions of Kerbal. And so, for example, if they come out with a patch tomorrow that breaks every mod I'd want to use, I can roll back to the previous version, run the previous version, and all my mods work. And then in 6 months, say the mod developer barely pays Kerbal anymore, well, maybe somebody takes over their mod and fixes the mod so that it works with the new version. Then you can migrate to the new version. Like, even Kerbal, like, dude, it was no fun going through trying to do... That's why I didn't do a Kerbal stream. I really wanted to do a Kerbal stream. And I didn't do it because I had to go through here, and this is all the shit that I added to Kerbal. And you become reliant on this. The game is not fun for you anymore if you don't use them, when it could be fun if you just played it regular, too. And that's kind of part of my idea, too, is like Kerbal, I want near future solar, propulsion, spacecraft, electrical. Those are all a ton of shit I gotta add. Stocklight expansion, I want this. I need the docking port alignment indicator. I need near future launch vehicles. I need a lot of mods to enjoy Kerbal at the moment, and it's a pain in the ass getting them all set up, making sure they don't conflict with each other, make sure I have the most up-to-date versions of everything, make sure that it works with the game files. It's a huge pain in the ass. I need KW rocketry rebalanced. TAC fuel balancer is nice, but I don't need it. I'm looking. So, like, for example, OPT Legacy, the person who made this stopped playing the game, and so somebody else had to take over. And so for a while, you were without it. I need Mark IV space systems. Now, the problem with Mark IV space systems is I think it works now, but I like Mark IV space systems. It came out 10 years ago. And so at some point, as you can see right here, it says, About Me, Retired Modder. This person stopped making mods for KSP. So at some point, somebody came over and they asked this person, hey, can I take over your mod? And so now this gets updates because somebody literally took over from them. And so it kept the mod alive. And so the problem was you would get the new version. As far as I'm concerned, this was something I need to enjoy Kerbal. And because the person retired, for a long time, this was breaking the game. It was breaking the game. And so I needed it to enjoy the game, and it was actively breaking the game. That was a problem, you know? And so that's one reason that I don't like, I'm not a huge fan sometimes of modding for that reason. I do like it. I think it's good. Now, Farming Sim, I'm a huge advocate of mods for Farming Sim. And we played a bunch of Farming Sim. Farming Sim was the same boat for a long time of shit breaking. Farming Sim finally, this is the official mod hub for Farming Sim. Every one of these builds, you submit the build, and the developer puts it through its paces, and if the developer is not happy with it, they send it back, and the person has to work on it again and resubmit it. And so you know that if you come into the official mod hub, 1, you're likely not going to get viruses. 2, they auto-install into the game, so you can download them from the game, which is convenient. Likely you're not going to get viruses. If you go to one of the Russian sites, those were notorious for giving me viruses all the time. But when, like for example, if we're going to do multiplayer and I have a bunch of these downloaded through the game, it will automatically download them for everybody that's going to play with me. And so they have all the required mods to play with me. So there are games where I, like Farming Sim, I use a lot of mods. But, you know, I pretty much at this point, my policy is I only use them off the official mod hub. And that's the only way I play with mods now. There are some really cool mods that people make that are I won't use because they're not on here. And they won't jump through the hoops because their stuff is unoptimized, it's buggy, and so it never passes when the developer tries to do the checks. And so it doesn't work. And so you can go on the third-party website or on even Facebook and download their mods, but, you know, it could brick your game or hurt your computer, and it's just not worth it as far as I'm concerned. And again, I don't even like doing a ton of XML. I pretty much stick to stock parts, you know, because I'd rather have the stock experience. I think there's everything I need in the game here. As big part of modding for me is customizing, and I can do most of the customizing innately in game. So the devs have talked about, I think, not Stormworks 2 is supposed to have modding innately from the beginning. So it's not going to be, it's going to be its own smaller game too, I think. It's not going to be this. They've already talked this game, they intend this game to keep going after. So let's grab a plane. I want to check out military, and I want to, I'm trying to think what I want to take. Let's take Mule, maybe. I thought I named it the Mule. Pain in the ass. What did I name it? Categories would be nice here. Yeah, the other issue with mods too is if the community is solving the problems, the devs don't do it. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but you know, some of Deltar's answers to why don't you add X, Y, or Z to the game is because, oh, you can already do that with add-ons. And so because somebody else made it, they don't have to do it. Now, that's a reasonable answer to a certain extent, is that we still can get more stuff without them having to do it, and things that are not the devs' focus can do that. But, you know, it also makes it so the devs don't want to do it innately, because why would they spend 6 months making something that is technically kind of already in the game with mods? You know, but then technically if that mod breaks and this guy says, I'm done with Stormworks, I don't play anymore, I'm not going to update the mod, you either need to find somebody competent who will build it, who will continue it, or it's gone, you know. Like, one of the reasons I stopped playing Kerbal was, like, I just didn't keep up with my mods, and I keep wanting to go back. I'm like, oh, Christ, I got to download 20 mods to enjoy Kerbal again. I'm not even going to bother. And so that actively has made me stop playing Kerbal, is I got too reliant on mods to enjoy Kerbal anymore. So I don't play this game that I really love because I don't want to deal with all the mods again. What the hell? I think it was stormworks. Yeah, let's take this plane. Ah, the fucking seats. Okay. Right there. You got a spawner in you? I don't think you might. Okay, no spawner. Good. Alright. I have a rope. There's one. Okay. You know, like that was, you know, I had a question in the last Q&A, and the whole thing with my question was essentially, I would like to see them put some innate, transpo missions in, like, you know, essentially what I'm doing now, bring pallet from A to B, right? And so the issue then becomes, is this lock on? I bet it is. The issue then becomes, like, Deltar's answer to my question was, oh, you can do that with add-ons, essentially. So essentially, you know, we're not going to do it because other people are doing it. And so the problem is, I think, you know, the whole thing was, what is it called? I forget the name of it. What is the passenger mod? Stormlink. The problem is the person stopped working on Stormlink. And so you have the person stop working on Stormlink, and now, guess what? It doesn't work anymore. And it actively breaks the game. And so, you know, that person decided to stop working on it, and now this thing doesn't work anymore. And the devs think it's there, so they don't want to work on it. And so now we've lost that functionality. You know, and I would much rather the devs just put it innately in the game than screw around with that stuff, frankly. Just doesn't interest me anymore of, like, waiting for somebody else to update their shit anymore. It does not interest me. I'd much rather just have it innately in the game. Everybody has it. Like, I don't have to tell, like, people aren't like, oh, I downloaded your thing off the workshop and it's missing these blocks, or I tried this system and it's not working. Yeah, you need a mod for that. Or, oh, go download Dale's Aviation mod pack. You know, or you don't have the skills anymore to just build something without mods, you know. So those are all my reasons why. You need 2 big radiators and 3 impellers for a 3-cylinder 3x3 engine at 10 RPS, which is a bit overkill. Okay. I have plenty of boats that don't need anything like that. Yeah, balls out. Like Tripper's talking about, like the balls to wall. You know, the balls out. So let me see if I can find one of those. What's it called? What's the part called, Tripper? The governor? Yeah, steam governor. Yeah, they're pretty cool. They're centrifugal, kind of like a prop governor. So so as you spin this, oh, I gotta bring up the display cap while we're filling. As you spin this up here through centrifugal motion, these balls will go out. As they go out, they lift this linkage. As they lift this linkage, they will cause valves to open, essentially. So there's a valve here. As you do this, it changes and modulates the valve. Let's see if I find a prop governor. So that's balls out. So when you're going, the faster this turns, the further out the balls go. So balls out means that it's turning as fast as it can. The balls are all the way out. Same thing kind of with a prop governor. Prop governor. So here's a prop governor on a propeller. So as you, let me see, where is the, it's not showing me. Okay, here's the flyweights. I'm trying to see, this one's better here. So in the hub of the prop, right here, you have the prop governor, and here are essentially your weights here, your flyweights. And so as the RPM increases, these weights will go out as they're pivoted here, and they push up on this, and they open or close the valve, which will then slow it back down. So you set the RPM you want the engine to run at, and if it overruns that, so when you descend, you're going to be increasing the prop RPM. It will start to close the valve so that it causes the prop to change into a bigger bite, which will then put more load in it to then drop the RPS of the engine. So that's how a prop governor works. Same principle, essentially. Centrifugal. The benefit with those types of systems is they're mechanical, and so they always work. Unless the mechanic, you know, unless you lose a part breaks. So for the most part, those systems are nice and reliable. They always work. They actually would require you to break something. All right, let's get out of here. Let's go to military. I want to check military out. Ah, yeah. Nope. I totally missed that. All right, get in there, bitch. All right, there we go. I'll catch them on chat while we're running your max power. We don't have GPU, battery A. Beacons coming on. Ground power is off. Okay, there's a battery run on this one. Fuel cut off. There we go. We're going up on 1. Okay, 1's up. Let's roll 2. Let's turn on Gen 1. Battery B can come on now that I got a Gen up. Gen 2's up. All right, let's go. Let's go. Flaps to 1. I have the parking brake on too. I gotta release the parking brake. Yeah, like the only thing that is a little bit tough to run at full throttle is airplanes for the most part. Like boats can have issues, but like one thing with boats too is like right now my whole thing is heat sinks and impellers, and I'm having no issues running, you know, keeping them cool. You know, airplanes like this doesn't count because this is turboprop, but you know, the airplanes can be a struggle because you don't have a lot of real estate. But again, I'm running old school radiators for most of mine. I'm not running electric anythings. They're all old school radiators. I might have 1 or 2 in some of my like really high performance builds, but that's generally unlikely. It's generally me running old school radiators because I like the look of them. I like to be able to see the engine through the grating, and also for challenge. Yeah, and like people want like 300 knots, and it's like, dude, very few propeller planes are running 300 knots of the class people are running. You know, and the other thing too is here, we'll go full throttle. All right, this is full throttle. This is how a plane's supposed to be. Okay, so we're at full throttle on takeoff. We're only doing 118 knots. Why? Because we have low pitch, high RPM. So the RPM is very high. The pitch is very low. Now, as I start to bring my propeller back. Here goes my RPM. My RPM is going down. My speed goes up. I'm taking a bigger bite out of the air. All right. So the engines are becoming now more efficient. Let's get rid of some flap here. I don't have any freaking flashlights on me. So we went up in speed. As I bring the prop back even more, we're loading up the engines. The RPM goes down. The propeller increases its bite. It's starting now to have too much load, or more load than it can keep, so it loses RPM. And so we lose speed. We're still going faster than we were on takeoff, but look at how low our RPM is. We're down to 358 RPM. We're at 158 knots. That's a lot faster than 119. And we're sipping fuel. We're still going 163 knots. Now, you get people in game, oh, I have to go 200 knots, I have to go 200 knots, I have to go 200 knots. Dude, like the distances are short. We're going to military right here, right? So let's go to military. Now we'll see how long it takes us to get to military at max efficiency. Where's my let's see, altitude. Let's go. What are we at here? We're already at, Jesus Christ, we're almost at 10,000 feet already. Let's go to altitude hold, GPS. GPS altitude hold. All right, so we are currently going to be there in less than 6 minutes. So we're going to be there in less than 6 minutes. That's from here to here in about 7 minutes total. From takeoff to landing. I'm going to slow down for landing, but that's how long it's going to take us. Now, we're not going to go right like that. I'm going to come in for an approach. So we're going to actually come in on a proper approach. I'm not going to do my instrument approach, but we'll come in on that. You know, so like that's at 170 knots. 170 knots, like this plane is designed to be slower because the gear don't retract, so it's a stall airplane. It's not super sleek. I don't want it to go super fast because it wouldn't IRL. It's got too much drag. But like we're able to go very efficiently at 366 RPM. We're going 170 knots, sipping fuel. You know, we have all the technology we need to do that. So in a diesel, you know, I've got the RPM down to like 300 in a diesel as well. So we're not making a lot of heat, and so we don't need a lot of cooling. And you know, the thing is, an airplane makes up its efficiency in long distances. So like if we went up to the Arctic, that's about 45 nautical miles. If I go an extra 10 knots, all right, that is well, let's not do 10 knots. Let's say I do another 60 knots, right? So that's 1 mile a minute. All right, so I'm going an extra mile a minute. So let's see, 45, let's say, yeah, let's do 45 divided by 170. That's already, let's see. There's some math here. That's 15.88 minutes at 170 knots, all right? So let's say I can pick up an extra 60 knots, right? That's an extra mile a minute, all right? So I could get there, I could do another 15, so let's say we're doing 60 on top of that, 230 divided by 45 divided by 230 rather, times 60, 11.73 minutes. The problem is, with distances as short as we have in game, logistically speaking, you don't make up that much extra time. What is up with my... Oh, I didn't put on fucking nav. I always forget to do that. I didn't put on nav. That's why we're keeping on our heading. So anyway, the... you know, we only pick up 4 minutes. So by going an extra 60 knots, I'm burning a shitload of extra fuel to save 4 minutes. You know when airlines try to make up that time? With boarding. Like, they make up the time in boarding. Like, the big thing for you as a pilot when you work for an airline is they want on-time departure. And the whole reason they want that is, one, because the passengers don't bitch, but two, because on-time departure helps to ensure that you're being as efficient on the ground as possible, because you make up your money and your time on the ground. You don't make it up in the air. You know, you have to be going like a 4-hour flight. If you're going an extra 60 knots, yeah, you're making up time because you're doing an extra mile a minute, right? It's 4 hours, so it's at 240 minutes. So that's 240 miles you've made up. So that's, you know how much that picks you up? 20 minutes. You'll get there 20 minutes early. That's it. So it's better to save 20 minutes on the ground where you're not burning a shitload of fuel than to make up 20 minutes in the air by pushing the engines and, you know, damaging the systems and burning a shitload of fuel. It's better to make it up on the ground. So by just increasing your efficiency on the ground is so much better than trying to like hammer everywhere. And so like part of that thought process too is like, you don't have to really worry about you know, heat so much. Is sacrifice a little bit of speed and you're going to do a hell of a lot better. That's the problem with stormworks, is so many people just want to go as fast as humanly possible everywhere they go, and the real world doesn't work that way. There's no reason to be doing that shit. It's just you're wasting. It's a waste. Make up the time on the ground. You know, it's like, you know, I as a professional driver too, you know, I tell people it's like, you don't make up any appreciable distance by speeding unless you're going for like, you're driving all day. Like if you drive for 10 hours a day, yeah, make speeding like 5 over makes sense maybe, because you've made up an extra 50 miles, so you've saved yourself about an hour. But now you get pulled over for a ticket. Like, what's the point of all that shit, you know? And so it's better to just go the speed limit. Don't make, you know, you're not going to make up that much time anyways. You know, it's not really worth it. What is that? That's a cloud. Okay. That viz is a little bit low here. I'm trying to slow down. So I need to push my props up. As I go props up, and we'll start adding some flap. So we need to add some power here as I add flat, as I add prop. All right, we're getting slow. There we go. I'm back to where I am. I'm trying to get my prop all the way up here. I'm out of trim. I'm really badly out of trim, so I'm trying to add some thrust here and get settled for my flaps before I go ahead and start trimming my nose down, because this adds a lot of flap. This is designed to be a stall airplane. I should not be landing on this runway, so I'm gonna do a circle to land here, because should not be landing on this runway. Now, you notice I just lost a ton of speed? I didn't. What happened was I just turned to the tailwind. Is that tailwind? I can't fucking even tell anymore. That's hard to tell right now. Looks like a tailwind. I gotta watch the water. Yeah, tailwind. It looked like a tailwind when I was watching the water. So we lost the speed, not because we actually lost the speed. Well, because we converted from a headwind to a tailwind. It was a crosswind to a tailwind. So when you land with a tailwind, you got to come in a hell of a lot faster because that wind's working against you. So now we're going in for a headwind. I'm going to need a hell of a lot less power because the wind is helping me to land. So my speed across the ground is going to be much, 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 much slower. And that's helpful. It's easier to land if the speed across the ground's slower. So, like, if I have a... What's the wind on now? Shit, stop it. Come on. Fucking hell, I'm out of my seat. 33% wind, so I don't know, maybe 20, 30 knots of wind. So my approach speed's actually 30 knots slower. So if I come in at 90, it's as though we're coming in at 60. I'm a little low here, a little low. Picking up the nose, adding some thrust here. Let's come in. So now I got a little bit of a right crosswind. So I'm going to keep my crosswind correction in. Up, a little bit rough. There we go. I got to buy this base. I already own this base before I made the new save, so we're just going to buy the base too. So you see how, like, we can land really short because that wind, we subtract that to our approach speed. So 30 knot wind, 90 knot approach speed, we're down to a 60 knot approach speed. Tailwind, you add it. So at 90 knot approach speed, you add 30, that's 120 knots. You got a short runway, you might not be able to stop. That's why tailwind is the absolute worst to be landing with. Now, especially in windy conditions, you want to get those flaps up because that's going to put more weight on your wheels. Your brakes are going to be effective. I'm going to go ahead and put the parking brake on. I'm going to go into beta, which is flat blades. And then we're going to go ahead. I need to jump out and buy this real quick. So we already own this base in the last save, so I'm just going to put on infinite resources again. I'm going to purchase this. Now it's ours. I'm going to shut infinite resources off. So again, it's not a big deal if you have to redo your save. It's literally just like turn on infinite resources as you go from place to place. Right. Taxi in. Yeah, 69. I'll show you some of my cooling setups. The new thing, like pressure update, again, it's one of the reasons why it frustrates me when people hate the pressure update is, dude, we got such better fluid mechanics for pushing stuff through impellers, and like, you know, people complain about the sound of pumps because they're living in the age of the dinosaurs. Is like use impellers, man. They barely use any power off the drive shaft, and you don't have to spin them very fast. They're ultra compact, and they have much. We were limited to 75. Cooling was so much harder before. All right, so let's go ahead and look at this, make sure it doesn't screw us. We've got like, I think 2,000 something liters in there. Let's check it. 2243 liters in there. Let's despawn this, see where we're at. So 2080. 2080, okay. So let's see, make sure that gave us the fuel. If it didn't, I gotta fuck with it. All right, we got all our fuel. So we got all of our jet fuel, let's save that. All right, good, so now that's here. We can sell that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the new workbench. Let's take the pillock cramp on the workshop. Pillock will get some modules at some point. Am I Japanese drive on this? I am. I am Japanese drive on this. Look at this fine pillar cramp. Somebody else made one of these, I think. A champ. Based off the champ. This is the other reason why I use aero on my vehicles here, is we've got a lot of wind. They're artificially light. All of my fins are pushing down, so it acts as though it weighs what it should, you know. Up, up, up. Missed the turn, missed the turn, missed the turn. Downshift, downshift. I forget what this has. I think a 3-cylinder motor on this. Alright, so there is fuel pumps. Let's see, where is it? The hell is it? Where is this workbench? Let me look. Let me look. Where's the workbench? Let me read chat as somebody's probably answering it. All right, Citrus posting his moped. Yeah, so I was looking at somebody on the official was talking about like a way to. It's a little bit glitchy as far as I'm concerned. I understand the mechanics behind it, but I can show you. It kind of is supposed to be super duper cooling with minimal glitching. We could kind of RP it as putting refrigerant in there, and kind of putting a refrigeration loop in there. Yeah, adding extra weight on an aircraft for no real reason is not really a good idea. Unless, like, some people do it so they can break the speed limits. But again, part of the reason, like, people will break innate things put in the game on purpose, and then they'll complain about, oh, the game doesn't run very well. And it's like, part of the reason they put a speed limit in there is if you go too fast, then the game can't cull and bring up resources as fast as it needs to. Hard stank, the Sion. Are you watching my videos there, Hardstank? Yeah, my latest module engine tutorial series should be post-pressurization. I think I use all impellers now. Yeah, Patway is not great because it has to go down the hill here. And the wind is up, so I don't want to hit my battery the whole time. We'll see you later there, Chris. I'm just trying to catch up with my chat. I'm skipping some chat. If you guys ask me something and I didn't answer, just make sure you at Captain Cockles in the chat. Makes it easier for me to find. Hello, Sergeant, on both places. Hello. Do I still use light blocks for VFR? I don't know what you mean. Visual flight rules? Do I still use light blocks for VFR? VFR takeoff, you still should have beacon on before engine start. You should still have nav on. Strobes for anti-collision. Landing light for takeoff and landing. Some people run it the whole flight. Yeah, like a ship should be able to go full throttle too because it's got enough resistance off the off the water, likely that they're just set up to run at that rate. Jets aren't really set up to run at full throttle. They can go, like I said, you can go up to 110%, and you can take off at 100. Generally, you'll do a reduced thrust takeoff, and it's to save wear and tear on the engines, but you will burn the engine up if you don't bring it back, because you need the air going through the engine and a turbine to cool it and to keep the burner cans from getting damaged. And so you can run it for a little while where they suspect that you would, like, for example, get the burner cans up to max temp. And so if they say you can only run at 100% for, say, 60 seconds, you take off at 200 feet, you bring it back to 90%. Well, the burner cans never got to critical temperature, and so you don't have to worry about them getting damaged. Yeah, because you need that airflow through to stabilize the burner cans so they don't get too hot. All right, let's quickly look at something. All right, so where the hell is this workbench supposed to be? Does anyone know? I assumed it was down here. Is it not down here? Where is this workbench? Or is it up? What did they do? I thought they added a workbench. Maybe they didn't add the workbench. Hangar? Oh, they just fixed it? Okay, they put it in the middle. Is that what they did? Okay. See, I thought they added a bench. That was my assumption. Again, my assumption. So what did I put in the comments? Did I make an asshole of myself in the comments? Because I thought they added the workbench. I assumed. I should not have assumed. Let's edit that. Or fixing. Yeah, it was stuck on one side. I assume that's what they did. Oh my god, my spelling. What the fuck? Why didn't this... Can I get a hell yes on recharge? Yep, that's good. Did they add one to the docks? Oh, restart your game. Okay. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I haven't restarted. Thank you. Thank you. I did restart. Oh yeah, probably the version number's off. Yeah, makes sense. So I'm 1.11.0. Let me check it. Yeah. So it's fine. I can edit. Good. Yep, that makes sense. I didn't update my game. Makes perfect sense. Let's save this. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead. I'm just going to load up the... I'm going to load up my test world real quick. We'll look at a couple cooling examples, and we'll probably call it there. Yeah, cooling is pretty damn easy now. Is it still potentially excessive to IRL? Sure. In certain cases. The main thing is, again, you're going to be able to use water-water heat exchange in IRL for boats to great effect as you're just taking hot water and you're putting it through a pipe that's exterior of the hull, or you're putting water through a jacket, and you've got this really nice cold water at pretty much infinite supply, and you're able to just heat exchange really, really well. You can't do that. Unfortunately, because of the fluid ports. I've already talked about why I think they did that. Like, they're not doing this shit randomly. It's people were crushing themselves instantly because you could move such huge volumes. Like, again, to do a quick test, take a pump. You can put 599 liters per second of air through a small pump. And so if the fluid port allowed you to put 599 liters of air into a room, you'd instantly be able to kill yourself by pressure, by a delta P problem. And so the devs that's how it was when the pressurization update came out. People hated it. And you had other issues, like you open a door and the door got pressurized because you didn't know how to build your build right, and you get killed. Somebody complained, which... good on them. I called them out on their bullshit, and they actually realized they were acting the fool, and they asked for help, and they were helped, and they appreciated it. And so good for them. But, one of the things that I never even saw, like, exactly what they were doing, but what I think they were doing is they were taking their air intake for their engine. They were sucking the air out of the room. And guess what? You suck the oxygen out of the room, and now the player has no oxygen, and they suffocate, just like in real life. That's why you don't have the air inlet for your engine inside the room where you are. And that's the same reason you don't put the exhaust in the room you are. The exhaust is vented out. The air is intaked from outside. And so that they slowed everything down with that. But like here is the latest boat I've been working on is Beam Trawler. Beam Trawler will overheat after about an hour, but I have an overheat protection system. It goes 14 knots at full throttle for an hour. After that, it will go 13.75 knots indefinitely, forever. And so that is on this cooling system. So it goes 8-cylinder 3x3. It has 1, 2, 3, 6 loops. All heat exchangers, 6 heat exchanger loops there. These are for the condenser. No, not for the condenser. These are for the generators. These 2 generators. Each generator has its own coolant loop. So this has 6 coolant loops. They're using impellers, small impellers. And that's it. And it runs fine. Fuck, what did I hit the save button for? Let's bring up Tethys. Tethys doesn't count. Tethys is a is steam, so there's no point in bringing up Tethys. Rijot was fixed after the pressurization major update. I converted Rijot over 2 heat sinks. They're running an impeller on a loop. That's it. Cools fine, goes fast. I forget what Rijot goes at least 45 knots, something like that. So this goes 45 knots. There's about kissing 50 knots there. So 47 at its highest. RPM is 680, which is not fake. So 680 divided by 60, that is 11.3 RPS. It goes 46 knots. Cooling's fine. Those 2 heat sinks will cool it fine. So no issues with that. So that one was converted. I don't think I have anything else super fast that post-pressurization that uses diesel that runs that. Like my trucks, none of my trucks have any issues whatsoever. This car here, this car has no cooling problems whatsoever. It is using, where the hell is it? Right, if I could find the frickin' thing. Right here, it has a impeller driven off the engine, off the drive shaft. It goes through a short loop through one electric 3x3 radiator. I put electrics in these because that's what they would have. And no cooling problems here. This revs up to, it's in the fucking water now. That revs up to high. It's like, I think the race spec version is something like pushing 30 RPS. Let's grab the race spec version. I think it's this one. This has no cooling issues. You know, the impellers just pump water like a maniac and keep good solid flow rates with no oscillation. I did take the brake off. You know, we ran this from this side of the continent all the way to the other side of the continent, pretty much almost pinned the entire way. No cooling problems. Goes about 100 miles an hour. I could even juice it up even more if I wanted. There's 140 kilometers an hour right there. No cooling problems whatsoever. You know, airplanes, again, I think airplanes are the most challenging. You know, the thing with boats is a lot of boats are big, and because the boat is big, it allows you to put in a bunch of heat sinks. Airplanes, like, let's find an airplane that's, trying to find a speed demon. Chickadee is a friggin' speed demon. Chickadee has got to be one of the fastest I've got. Here's Chickadee's cooling system. Chickadee has a 3x3 old school radiator, no electric. What is Chickadee running? Chickadee's running. Chickadee has an old school, has a belt-driven pump. So Chickadee's cooling's got to be pretty subpar at this point. That cools fine. Chickadee could probably actually use a cooling update with radiators. What else do we have for cooling? Yeah, but again, I pull the thrust back. Like, you will overheat an airplane IRL. Like, you know, generally they're air cooled because you have copious amounts of air. Some are water cooled, some of this, but most of them are air cooled. You just have too much air, and the air is cold up at altitude, so you don't need to run it through a water jacket. I don't know if I have lately. I can't remember the name of the cargo plane I'm looking for, but most of them I'm running those old school radiators with impellers at the moment. Ant 2 has new cooling, so this is good to show off. This got the new cooling post-pressurization because its cooling is so good now that I was able to just go through and redo all the cooling. Like, this used to have a bunch of electric radiators. I had them fucking hidden all over the place. This one's still got pumps. Here you go, impeller right here. These two radiators here fix the cooling on this. This has no issues now. But impeller is the way to go now. It's just, it takes so little power off your engine, and you can get up to really high rates. Let me see if I have the cooling example. I'll do a cooling tutorial at some point. I did do some testing during one of my live streams. Here's a cooling test that is not ready. That large cooling test. That's different. I didn't save it from the last time I did it. This test here I put out right before pressurization. No, it was no, I did a pumping tutorial. The pumping tutorial came out right before pressurization. The whole point of it was, like, Phil was like, "Why are you putting this out a week before pressurization?" And the whole reason was that I put it out a week before pressurization so that we would know what it used to be like and what it is now. So, like, here, if I look up the pumping tutorial. Pumping tutorial. Shit. Pump. Okay, this was it here. This was the one I did the other day. Here, I can show you this. Again, the main thing with cooling is flow rates. Stable, non-oscillating flow rates. And this is the test here. This is air. Right? You're getting 599 liters per second of air. So you'll have people tell you, oh, you should use a large fluid pump for your supercharger. Takes up a ton of space, is more money, moves 599 liters of air. This one here is much smaller, much cheaper, takes up a hell of a lot less space, uses puts through 599 liters per second of air. So there's no point in using the bigger one. This one will cap out on you. This here is going to pump, it's going to circulate water. This is simulating a coolant loop. You don't need the air relief valve on that. Because I did that because I didn't want to, this one's pumping with air. Let's put it that way. And so the whole point of this is to see how much it's moving. This is moving 88 liters per second of air and water. This one here is a large, moving 231 liters per second and a little bit down, but it's about 220 plus. All right. This here is an impeller with a electric motor, and that's the electric motor. You know, I wouldn't use an electric motor, but it's simulating the RPS, and the reason is because I can change this. So this has a microcontroller. So if I set it to 7 RPS. We can read on this how fast it's going. Currently, that's at 1.8 RPS. 57, let's up it. I think it was like 35 is where I get to 7. I've got the p-value set really low so it doesn't overrun. There's 295. That's pretty much max what I've been getting. That's at 9 RPS. Let's go down to 30. So this is what I use for all my cooling here. So we're down to 7.9. We're still at 295. We are still at 295. We're at 7.4. As you can see, we're starting to dip below 295 now as we go below 7. Go back to 28. So we're back up over 7. We're at 295. Over here, people will still tell you, use the large pump for your cooling. 217. 295. This is only taking 7 RPS off of your crankshaft. This is what I use for all my cooling needs right now. This one here is moving air at, let's do 28 on that. So that's moving 599 at 7. Again, that matches all of these. Let's go down. Let's go to like 20. So see, we're down to 5. We're still at 599. This one, I think we can go real low. Let's try 1. Look at that. 0.2 RPS on the impeller gives you this same rate as these do, with a hell of a lot less space. And you could gear this down if you wanted to, but you're barely taking any power off your engine. Why would I ever supercharge with this or this? And I don't have to plumb up the electricity. I don't need a Boolean. I just hook that directly to my drive shaft. Why would I ever, in a million years, supercharge with anything but that? We have a big one here. What's the giggity? That's at 1. Set this to 1. 599. Why would I use the big one? It's just, it requires a lot more power. No need. Here's a big one to pump. This one, again, is moving 295. At what rate? 28. Let's go to 28 on this. 217. No point. No point. And the reason why it's running less is it takes a hell of a lot more power to move that. So I'd have to probably, what am I at? Am I at 1? I'm probably maxing out my electric motor. I think I have 2 in there already. So I need more power to move this to move less water. There's no point. In a big setup, I use it for mostly looks. So this thing is king now. I use it for everything. And you can see why. It doesn't take, all you have to do is make a quick little test stand, and you can see why. So I'll make a tutorial on this at some point. But that's what I use for cooling. Does it being in the bottom... Does it being at the bottom in the water help? The heat sinks? I believe it does, yes. Yeah, that's the whole point of a heat sink. A heat sink's job is to be in the water. The whole point is... Bring up paint. Yeah, that's what a heat sink's all about, is... let me see. Inventory size that. 25, 1440. All right, so let's go ahead and paint this gray. I have a white page, and I want it painted gray. All right, so this is how a heat sink works IRL. So you pretty much... You have your, I need a color that I can actually see. That's ugly. So here is the top of your heatsink, and then you have fins, okay? And so the more surface area, the better. Let's do, I want it filled in shape with an outline. So here is your heatsink. This is what it will look like. So you have water, and they go in the fins as well. All right, so you have cooling fins, right, on your heatsink. And so I have some gaps, but let's say there's no gaps. So the water flows freely between these, all right? And so you could do it with air. I believe the water is better, but the whole point of a heatsink is you're putting hot water in here, and you have cold either air or water out here. And so water works better. So air is an insulator. It still will help you cool, but air is an insulator. Water is a conductor. You essentially want 2 conductors whenever possible. And so if you bury this bad John in the ocean, all right, now what's happening is this water here is super cold. This water is warmer. Now, as the water touches the metal, which is the black part, you're going to get heat transfer. Metal is a very good conductor. Water is a pretty good conductor. Metal is a really good conductor. And so what's going to happen is you have the water here is transferring some of its heat to the metal. All right, so it transfers its heat to the metal as it passes around and circulates. And now this water here is marginally getting warmed up. So it gains just a little bit of heat in this area. Well, you're driving through the ocean, right? So this water doesn't stay here and continually get hotter and hotter and hotter. This water is gone in an instant. It heats up the water, and the water goes away. And now you've got fresh, new, cold water touching that heatsink again. So that's, in real life, that's why they would use a heatsink on a boat, is you've got copious amounts of really, really cold water that constantly circulates as you plow through it. And so it takes the hot water in here, it heats up the metal, and then it gives it to the water as you pass through. So that's ideally what you want to be doing. So not only does it make sense, but it, from a realism standpoint, it works well. And it's what I put on everything now. So RP-wise, people aren't wrong when they complain about the low flow rates of fluid ports. Again, I think it was a balancing issue. Maybe they'll come back if they can figure a better balance. But the problem is the fluid port will only run about 10 liters per second. And so you can't move large quantities of water through the fluid port. So you can't pump the cold water in, put it through an inboard heat exchanger, and then pump that hot water out fast with good. So you can't do that exchange. So what you do instead is you pump it to a heat exchanger, put it in the hull, and you're all set to go. So that's what I use now. But I'll do a tutorial at some point. Yep, but that's how a heatsink works. Same thing with a radiator. A radiator in real life. Let me see if I can get a radiator diagram. Let's see if I can find a heatsink diagram. Yeah, but that's what happens IRL, and so that's why they work. So like here are some heat sinks. Like you can see, it looks like the one we have in game. So you have a fluid in, fluid out. You're able to pass something across it, so you have air. Here's ambient airflow, so this is air-cooled heat sink. You can use them in game as air-cooled as well. But again, the hot water will heat up these fins. It doesn't even need to go into the fins. In small application, it doesn't. In like a radiator in your car, it goes through the fins. You know, I'm trying to, I don't want to find, let me see if I can find the heat sink reduction GIF. They're pretty cool how they make the heat sinks. Right here. Trying to see if we'll pop it real quick. I don't want to demonetize my video either. You gotta show me a GIF of a heatsink being made. It's pretty cool. They just fold them on the machine here. So this is a flat piece of metal, and it scrapes it, and it folds up these wafers that are very thin. And because they're thin, and metal is a good conductor, like here it is right here. See it folded up? That's how it does it. It just comes up, it scrapes it, and it folds it up. You can see it folding it there. And so when they do this, the water doesn't actually go through these fins. The plate, generally, like say this was a CPU cooler, the CPU is going to give its heat to the flat metal plate, which will then radiate through these fins, and then the air can easily pass between, and the air takes away some of that heat as it goes through. Here are integrated heat sinks. You can see the water goes up. This could just be a heat diagram. I think it's just a heat diagram. But let me see if I can find a radiator GIF. Radiator GIF. Trying to see if one shows it passing through. But like these, literally, the water goes through the fins. And so, like these wafer-thin fins, like that's why, like, if you get a rock in your radiator, all your coolant will leak out because they're these tiny little ribbons, and the water will go through, and it will leak out. So that's why it's important. Like they're literally like they're running through all these little fins, and then the air is taking it off. Let me see if I can find a ship heat sink, heat exchanger, heat sink. Same thing. It's exchanging the heat. Like these are some of the ones we would have in game. Again, you can see them here. Like we have these in game. What you're supposed to do is pump water in from the ocean, and then it goes through the jacket, and then the fins are in there, and the hot goes through and it never actually goes into the engine. Eventually this will corrode. They can throw this away and not throw the whole engine out. Same thing here. This was actually not a bad picture. You can see the fluid goes in, it goes through. You have a bunch of tubes go on the other side. So just like our heat exchangers in game, you would take you would take in cold water from the ocean. You would take in hot water from the engine. They never touch. The hot water goes in through these little pipes, and then it comes back out. The cold water goes in. It touches the pipes, which has passed the hot water, the heat, which is just vibration. Heat's vibration. So the vibration has vibrated from the hot water, has given its vibration to the pipes that are inside there. Now they're hot. They're vibrating. By the time the water gets through, most of its vibration has been stolen and been transferred to the pipes. This water comes in and is then vibrated by the hot pipes, and then it goes out at high level of vibration and goes back into the ocean. So that's, you can see all the heat exchangers for the boats. Here's one there inside installed. Yep, here you go. Fluids in and out. You have a bunch of these tubes. Here is the hot water from the engine, goes in and out, and it exchanges. So that's how it's done IRL. At some point, you know, it'll be nice if we get fluid ports that move liquid fluids faster, but the issue being, again, they had negative effects in game, and people complained about it. Because people complained about it, devs had to come up with a solution, and part of it is by balancing part A, they took away fun part B. And so, you know, it's legitimate people's concerns or criticisms with that, but again, it did solve a bunch of problems that some of those same people had with the update. So, but yeah, I'll make a cooling tutorial at some point, you know, as it will probably be helpful. We'll see you later, Citrus. Yep. But yeah, a lot of this stuff is based off of realistic stuff. Like here, let's go in the game super fast before I go. If we bring in a liquid here, like that looks exactly kind of like what the one looked like that I was just showing. You know, we take in engine water goes in this side, fluid A, that's where your engine goes in, seawater. The problem is the fluid ports input water so slow that we can't do the exchange fast enough. Now, if you did a closed loop system where, for example, you take a tank, which I might try some cool hybrid systems, and then you pump water through, you should be able to get the 295, and then you would need a way to cool that, maybe heatsink outside. So, but, you know, we can just cut the middleman out and do a heatsink. But that's how they work IRL. You know, and the same thing with these radiators. Like these old school radiators here, the way it would work is you take your water, your hot water from your engine, goes in, and it literally passes through these metal fins. And so as the air goes over it, the water is heating up the metal, and the air is stripping some of that heat away as it goes by it. And then it effectively cools, and so the water comes out cooler than it went in. So that's how it works. Yes, keel coolers, yep. Yep, they have a bunch of that type. Yep, that's you know, I don't have good data on whether or not, like, if I put a heat sink from the... If you take one of these heat sinks, so generally, like, this looks to me like this should be a water heat sink anyway. Has big, large fins to actually let the water into the fin, and then you would have water passing over it. You know, so that would likely be what I think. I doubt these would be like real air ones. And then, like, these air liquid heat exchangers, yeah, again, it would be the same thing. You'd be taking in the water, it'd be going into small pipes, giving it, the whole point of this is you're giving it a big surface area. The more surface area, the better it will cool, because what it's doing is, you know, this has lots of surface area now. So the air can touch here. The water can touch all of that area. And so you've taken a relatively small amount of water and you've greatly increased its surface area, where if you just took the surface area of the water, you know, it wouldn't be much if it was just in here. But by putting it through all the fins, you're increasing surface area, allowing it to transfer faster. Yeah. Yes, yeah, these do work with air. I don't know if they work as good or better or not as good. I don't know if they actually put that in the game. But, all right, guys, I think we'll finish up there. Hope you guys found that interesting. If you did, give it a like, comment, subscribe, all that good nonsensicals. But thank you guys for watching, and I will see you in the next one.